battles recently?
I got one coming up against Marv One, actually. And whoever doesn't know who Marv One is, if you watch the special features on 8 Mile, Marv One actually beat Eminem. So you have to watch the special features where Eminem was trying to like battle regular people to see who would be in the movie. Marv One actually got in there and like spanked Eminem in the special features of that movie. If anybody still has the DVD, but yeah, he's a legend in Detroit, and I'm gonna be battling him next month,
Nice.
on the 22nd.
Did he
Yeah, buddy.
did he get in the movie?
Say again?
Did he get in the movie?
Oh, right. Exactly. Yeah. Then I get to take that part.
No, I mean like so after he beat
No.
Eminem in the rap battle, did he get a spot in the movie?
Oh, he did not. He did not get a spot in the movie. No, they went with Lotto, and they went with all those other. Uh, they went with They didn't go with him. So he's wearing like all black. He has like a do rag on or whatever, and he actually rapped so well against Eminem because Eminem was trying to preserve his voice. So if like you watch the special features, he's just people will come up and they'll actually battle Eminem and they'll diss Eminem, but then he'll like Eminem will just kind of voice the response back because he's trying to conserve his voice for the actual movie. He's not really trying to actually battle people. But Marv One did so good that Eminem actually turned his mic on and dissed him back. Bro, it's legit. It's legit. But yeah, I have total respect for this guy, and I think he has respect for me too for what I do. So it's gonna be legendary.
Nice.
So I can't wait for that. Yeah, buddy. You a theist yet, bro?
Nope. Still disproved God a long time ago. Hasn't changed yet.
Still an atheist? How? With all of these converging lines of evidence, buddy? What's going on?
They only converge on imagination.
Oh no. Yeah, man. I've been very sympathetic to Christian idealism recently, and I know that you're aware of this. I mean, not aware of the fact that but you're aware of Christian idealism, presumably.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think anything beyond positing just kind of consciousness, say, look, from consciousness emerges everything that we see. If consciousness can give a good justification for everything we see, then it seems like matter just kind of becomes a abstraction in theory. It's not really necessary anymore. I mean, do I sound totally retarded or only marginally?
Marginally. So it's like saying that
Okay, help me out.
Even though if we have earth, fire, wind, and air, and we don't ever see atoms, then atoms just become theoretical. So the fact that you can assert that the things that are most commonly used by your senses and easy to understand as the base fundamental nature of reality, it doesn't mean that that's the best explanation. So like there were theories of earth, fire, wind, and air were the most fundamental thing in the world, and that was debunked by atomic theory. And the reason we don't think that's a good theory is because it doesn't explain as much. Same with consciousness. Can you explain everything with consciousness? Sure, you can explain everything with magical pixie leprechauns, but it doesn't mean it's a good theory.
Well, here's the thing. Magical pixie leprechauns are something that I can doubt. What I notice about consciousness, and you actually were one of the main proponents of this, the cogito, right? Rene Descartes' cogito ergo sum, right? One of the things you cannot doubt is consciousness, because consciousness is the antecedent for which doubt is a potential consequence. Same thing with illusion. Consciousness cannot be an illusion, right? And so that's what makes it different than the pixie fairies and things. I'm working with the only thing that nature lets us take to the bank, right? And it seems a lot stronger for that reason. And it seems like you can get away with just saying, look, being completely skeptical, and by skeptic, I just mean having an insanely high bar for truth, it seems like saying that the reduction base in metaphysics is the one thing that is beyond doubt just seems eminently reasonable to me.
So it's the same thing. It's like you need a telescope to see a galaxy, right? You can't see galaxies with your own naked eye. You need a telescope. Does that mean that galaxies are only exist after telescopes exist?
Does that mean galaxies only exist after telescopes exist? Well, I mean, I am a proponent of, like, I guess, and the thing is, this, I say this with, almost complete ignorance. I mean, you know that I don't know anything about, quantum mechanics or whatever, but the orthodox interpretation is that prior to observation, uh, things are not in classical states at all, unless you want to, like, appeal to hidden variables and things like that. But that's more and more disproven as science progresses. So, I mean, I am of the opinion that secondary properties, things like color and shape, are just things that are occurring in our mind. So we are the ones making sense of the universe. The universe makes no fundamental sense.
So
We're the ones making sense of it.
collapse in quantum mechanics happens when any macro state interacts with the system. So it's not like humans seeing it. It's anything hits it. So all the galaxies are fully collapsed at all times before we look at them. But like obviously you would agree that simply because Newton built telescopes, galaxies didn't just start existing when Newton built telescopes. They were already there.
Galaxies were already there. Now, what we call a galaxy is a classical analog, right? Because we can only see things classically. And I don't want to, I mean, I think it would be super trivial for us to try to go into like a quantum mechanics debate. I just lean toward the side of the majority of physics, the majority of physicists, which I think accept the Copenhagen or orthodox interpretation. So I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just like, look, I'm going to see what the majority of physicists think, and I'm going to defer to experts
So
because I think
they
it's
do
rational
not
to do
think consciousness causes collapse. There's a poll.
so. No, absolutely not. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, I do not want to say that physicists are, idealists. What I'm saying is, the majority of physicists take the Copenhagen model, which is the kind of shut up and calculate idea that prior to observation, a particle is not in a definite state.
Right.
Whereas the
Observation,
unorthodox model or
the
the
observation doesn't mean people see it. Observation means any macro interaction of any kind. So
well, I mean,
if a rock hits it, it collapsed.
well, the Wigner Neumann interpretation would be that consciousness causes collapse. You have David Chalmers, I think, just this year,
Yeah.
is going around doing talks and speeches about why we should bring back. Not that he's super sympathetic to the consciousness causes collapse model, but he's giving talks. I mean, he's the one who posited the hard problem of consciousness, and he says all the time, like, look, we should take this idea seriously, that consciousness is resistant to superposition, and so all the correlates of consciousness would be super resistant also.
Yep.
But
So
I'm not saying that this is
Wigner von Neumann
necessarily the
theory,
case.
the Wigner von Neumann theory, Wigner himself, von Neumann, I don't remember which one. The authors themselves recanted and said that they were wrong to apply the micro states of quantum mechanics to the macro states of consciousness. The authors themselves rejected that theory, but
Yeah, I think Wigner did, but I mean, it doesn't matter whether or not someone with the right idea says that they don't have the right idea, or someone without the right idea comes to the realization that they have the right
right.
idea.
But
The
the more
idea
important
is what
thing there is that
matter.
there was a poll called "A Snapshot of Foundational Attitudes in Quantum Mechanics" by Schlosshauser, and it asked the question: how many physicists think that the consciousness collapse or any variation of like the Wigner von Neumann theory is correct? And it's like single digits. No one really takes that seriously.
Well, I mean, physicists don't study consciousness. I mean, but I mean, the thing is, not that they're not, interested, but I mean, yeah, I definitely don't want to put, the wacky ideas in my head into the mouths of physicists, or make the assumption that experts agree with me on on metaphysical positions. Scientists tend to be agnostic on metaphysical positions anyway. But I mean, all I was saying about consciousness is that it makes sense to say that the only thing which can't be doubted is that which is fundamental.
Well, you can doubt fundamental
I don't know
things.
why I would
So
see
it's
it
like
any other way.
a distinction between epistemology and ontology. Epistemically, you start with consciousness. You can only experience anything through consciousness. But does that mean
Fair enough. Yeah.
ontologically consciousness is the most fundamental thing? Well, no. So like if the fact that you can interact with the world doesn't tell you one way or the other what is fundamental. Like, for example, the fact that we're conscious doesn't tell us whether or not we're material, idealistic, or dualistic. Either one of those could be true. The fact that we just have consciousness doesn't tell us which one of those is the case. And so, ontologically, even though we start with consciousness, it doesn't give us any more probability of any of the three. It doesn't have any evidence anyway. Epistemically, obviously, we start with consciousness, but that doesn't give us any evidence for ontological bases of what grounds reality. And that's what you're doing. You're taking the epistemic starting point, which is our consciousness, and then trying to extrapolate that to an ontological starting point of consciousness. And that doesn't follow, because just the fact that we have
Well, yeah.
consciousness doesn't tell us at all, doesn't give us any evidence whether or not we're materialistic or dualistic or idealistic. It adds no evidence to any of them, which was the point of Russell's criticism of cogito ergo sum.
Well, I mean, I think the first criticism of what you just said is I'm actually not making a deductive inference. I'm not, I'm not deducing that since we have consciousness, and we don't have consciousness. I'm trying to fix my language. Consciousness is not something you have; it's something you are. Everything else in the universe is something you have. Consciousness is the subject, and right. So there's a subject and there's an object. There's an observer and there's the observed. Right? You are the observer, meaning you don't have consciousness. Nothing can have consciousness. Consciousness has other things, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine. That wouldn't address what my argument there was. My argument there is whatever you want to call it, kind of ownership rights. Starting with consciousness doesn't tell you anything about what the consciousness is made of. Like, so we have consciousness. That's great. I think, therefore I am. I exist. My consciousness exists. That's fully right. Then Bertrand Russell says, all right, but does the fact that our consciousness exists imply that the world is fundamentally made of consciousness, or that it's fundamentally made of matter, or that it's a combination of both? No, it tells us nothing. It gives us no evidence one way or the other. It's just what we start with epistemically, but tells us nothing about ontology directly. Just like starting with the telescope to see a galaxy doesn't tell us which one came first, the telescope or the galaxy. It doesn't give us any indication one way or the other. So I agree with you. Epistemically, we start with consciousness, but does that give us an indication of what is the fundamental nature of reality? No, it doesn't. It doesn't tell us one way or the other. You could say it's
Well,
simpler.
I kind of think that the scientific community gives us some assistance here, which is, once again, I'm not going to make the broad step to say that scientists agree with idealism. For the most part, they don't. But I think that in metaphysics, they use the same methodology as the sciences, which is kind of an inference to the best explanation given multiple competing hypotheses. Right. So using the principles of abduction, like explanatory simplicity, explanatory depth, no appeals to ad hoc justifiers, things like that, parsimony. I think that when we look at what the universe is, one of the questions we should ask ourselves is, what has standalone existence? We see that things exist, like the red exists, the feeling of anger exists, apparently dissociated people exist, animals and plants exist. But what exists mind independently? And that's what's going to be real here, right? Because existence has an etymological definition and it has a colloquial definition. So etymologically, to exist means to stand out. Ex means out, and sist means to stand. So to be foregrounded instead of backgrounded is to exist. And in that way, red objects exist. In the etymological sense, red objects exist. But the way of existence that we should be talking about, or the form of existence that we should be discussing, is what exists mind independently. And the scientific community is telling us that things like colors don't, right? So the color red is a transjective property, which means it transcends the subject-object distinction. Red is a interaction between light and some object and your eye. Red would not exist without your eye. It's not merely a property of the object. It's a transjective relationship between you and the object, right? So the question is, what exists independent of mind? Is it shape? Is it color? Is it weight? I would say that physics is what we draw on. Physics is us making sense of the system, right? And we have to make sense of the system in order to survive and predict the future. It doesn't mean that the universe is really like that, right? The universe isn't obeying the laws of science. Science is subject to change based on if nature changes. If the behavior of nature changes, then the scientific laws will adapt and adjust, right? So what is primary, and it seems, once again, eminently reasonable to say that the thing that is primary is experience. And then after we have experiences, we can begin to quantify the qualities of experience and do science, right? But it seems like the experience is just primary, just by, like, as a matter of course.
That's the anthropocentric fallacy. So like what seems
Okay.
primary to us is Earth, because we live on Earth. Earth seems primary. Does that mean that Earth was the most fundamental center of the universe, the first object in the universe? No. It's the one we live on, and so it seems central to us. But that doesn't actually imply that Earth was the center of the universe or that Earth was the first planet. It's just what we start with. Epistemic starting points don't give us any indication about ontology. And metaphysics does not use the same methodology as science. Science requires novel prediction. Simplicity, ontological commitments, explanatory power, explanatory scope, all that stuff is secondary. We don't really care about that at all. No one really cares about that. Like, you don't see people in archaeology or people in evolution talking about explanatory power, explanatory scope. Nobody cares. What we care about is novel predictions. And so if you can start with a model and make predictions and get them right, then your model is the most likely one to be correct, because it's harder to predict the future than it is to make something make sense in your brain about explanatory scope and simplicity and that kind of stuff. No one really cares about that. So that's the problem with metaphysics, is that simply trying to make up criterion that sound good to you doesn't give you a way to differentiate imagination from reality, to tell what's independent of your mind. Whereas novel prediction does. Novel prediction gives us a good reason to think that something is independent of your mind. And so simply using that methodology of trying to come up with conceptual criteria that are pretty to you, that you like simplicity, explanatory power, explanatory scope, doesn't tell us anything about reality. Reality doesn't care. But being able to predict the future accurately does tell us stuff about reality. Because if you can predict the future, whatever model you're using to do that is more likely to correspond to reality that's governing the future than it is your imagination. And so, again, it's the confusing epistemology and ontology. The epistemology of what we start with, consciousness, doesn't tell us anything about the ontological nature of what consciousness is. This was a critique from Bertrand Russell of the cogito ergo sum that showed that even though Descartes is right that consciousness is the first thing you start with and the thing you can't doubt, it does not actually tell us the ontology of that thing. That was the Cartesian circle. Simply starting with consciousness doesn't give us any ontological basis to conclude what it's made of.
When you say the Enlightenment values can't tell us anything about reality, are you talking about reality with a capital R? I assume that you're not.
No, just the reality that we can.
You're just talking about everyday reality, metaphysical. You're just talking about everyday reality, yeah?
Well, I mean, like anything that science does. So, like, can using the principles of metaphysics give us an indication about what's going to happen in the future? No. Can it tell us which hypothesis is the more likely to be true? No. Can it tell us which hypothesis is going to accurately predict some kind of a quantum experiment? No, it doesn't tell us any of those things. It gives us no indication which one of those things is right.
Okay, and so you don't believe in the power of the Enlightenment values to give us a better understanding of what exists
It
or
gives us
reality, as you
it
call it.
has use in that it gives us a way to process the information and make it easier for us to do the work conceptually. So like there was two equations, the Schrodinger equation and the Feynman diagrams. Both of them did the same thing. Both of them were successful. Feynman diagrams were much easier to understand, so we adopted Feynman diagrams because it was just easier to do the math. Does it mean that it's more likely to be right than the Schrodinger version? No. They both did the work. They both got it right. One was just harder to do, and so we defaulted to the easier, simpler one that was easier for us. And so those kind of metaphysical principles are very good at simplifying the work that we have to do conceptually, but doesn't actually tell us ontologically anything. No, it's just a way for us to filter through our ideas to pick the ones that's easier to do the work.
Yeah. So when you look at something like explanatory simplicity, um, if we think, one of the classical examples is like, if I walk outside on my front porch in the morning and my lawn is wet, but the sidewalk is not wet, right? I can assume that the sprinklers came on, or I can have another hypothesis that a yard shaped rain cloud descended just over my yard and, rained on the yard, right? Which is not logically impossible, right? But, you know, um, appealing to something that we know in nature, right? This is C.S. Peirce, the American pragmatist. He said, what makes an explanation best is when an explanation appeals to examples that we already see in nature. And that's a paraphrase.
Yeah,
But we see in nature, especially in our day and age, when sprinkler systems come on, they tend to be adjustable to where you can water your yard without watering the street, right? But we don't see in nature examples of yard-shaped rain clouds descending over. And so one of them has more explanatory scope. One of them is more simple, right? And so it does help us describe reality because reality seems to take the path of least resistance.
well,
This
what
is
what is that's circular, that's circular. So
selective and enabling constraints.
like imagine if we lived in a world where there were rain clouds that were yard shaped and just watered each person's yard individually. Then what would be the most simple?
Hmm. It would be the most simple if we saw that all the time. Now, in that world, do we still have sprinkler systems? I assume
Sure,
we wouldn't.
sure. Probably would.
Yeah. So if we still had sprinkler systems, then there would be, a real debate there. It'd be like, is it one of the yard-shaped rain clouds that did it, which we see all the time, or is it the sprinkler system that did it that we see all the time? But in the world we live in, it's clearly the sprinkler system,
Right.
right?
So, but the point there is that simplicity, if it's defined by what we see most commonly in nature, then it doesn't matter which one is like has the least parts or has the least commitments. It's just whichever one we've seen in the past. That's all that it matters. And so simply saying that the one that's the most simple is the best explanation because we've seen it before. Uh,
Well, I think it's more than just seeing it in the past. It's how often do we see
right,
this type of thing responsible, this type of cause responsible for this type of effect,
right.
right? So like I've seen a Bengal tiger before. I've seen one, but if I come home and my couches have been ripped open, I'm gonna blame my dog and not a Bengal tiger.
Sure. But yeah, that part's included. But the point here is that even if we want to start with that and say, all right, so whatever we see most commonly is the best or simplest explanation, that's fine. But then if you want to infer a cause of that thing, that's the part where you aren't allowed to do this. So if you want to say, my rain cloud or my yard was wet because the sprinklers were on or whatever, you couldn't then say, well, then the sprinklers are the most fundamental thing in reality. That wouldn't make sense. You couldn't say that the sprinklers were an idealistic product of mind, or you couldn't say the sprinklers were built by Bob, the sprinkler design guy. You couldn't say anything about the sprinklers simply because they cause the effect. So starting with
Sure.
the
Yeah.
simplest
Yeah. I mean,
thing.
I wasn't making that inference. I was just making a case for explanatory simplicity as a virtue, because it seemed like you were saying that that doesn't matter, that that doesn't tell us anything about reality. And I think the reason explanatory simplicity or parsimony is a virtue is because reality lowercase r does seem to behave in that way. It seems that causes take the path of least resistance in bearing out effects, and so we shouldn't appeal to fairies. We shouldn't appeal to
Well, that's not
things that we
telling you
haven't.
anything about reality because you already have the information from reality. You already have we've seen this happen before. So we already have the information about reality. And explanatory simplicity is then saying you're only allowed to use the pieces that we have from reality to build new hypotheses rather than adding in new stuff, which is I'm fine with that.
But that's the problem. That's the problem with reality, though, right? Is because we perceive capital R reality, but we conceive lowercase r. So how do we get from our conception or the image that we draw on capital R reality to capital R reality itself?
Novel prediction. So we
That,
say what?
no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, so that's a really good question. How do we get from our conceptions to understanding reality itself or making sure that our conceptions
Mhm.
exist more than just in our imagination? The answer is novel prediction. So you say, if my hypothesis exists in reality outside of my imagination, here is what we would expect to see in the future given some experiment. Do the experiment, and if you get the result consistently, that's a good reason to believe your hypothesis corresponds to reality more than just your imagination. And that method is better than looking at the properties and saying, "Oh, these are the most simple," or "Oh, these are the most parsimonious," or "Oh, these make the most sense." Like, who cares? None of that matters. What matters is if you can predict the future, you get the evidence, regardless of how unsimple or unpretty it is. So, is the
Yeah,
final
but
quote?
I don't think that it's. I don't feel like the scientific endeavor is about exploring the depths of reality. And I would get a lot of pushback. I'm not saying I'm 100% right on it, but it seems like they're just kind of codifying regularities in nature. So if you and I were having a dream, if you were dreaming this conversation, you could still do predictions. Right? You could still say, oh, I predict that after you speak, I'm going to say something that's relevant to what you said before. You wouldn't be able to know whether you're dreaming or not, right? So scientists look at they have observations, nature's given, we just have experiences, and they quantify the qualities of experience, and the experiences that are regularly quantifiable become predictable. But that doesn't mean that they're telling us what reality is like any more than you telling me to turn left will cause us to turn left even in a video game, right? So saying like, look, I predict that when you hit the left analog stick, the car is going to turn left. Predicting that doesn't mean we're not in a video game, right? Like, so the novel testable prediction saying, oh yeah, hitting the analog stick left makes the steering wheel turn left, and now we're on another street. See, there's reality. Well, no, that's you're just kind of predicting, what we have in the video game,
Not
right?
exactly. So it'd be more
And
like if I think there's an external world, and if there's an external world, this asteroid will come by our planet every 500 years or whatever, and it comes by our planet every 500 years. That would be evidence of the external world. You could explain it in other ways. You could say, oh, maybe we're just in a computer program and it was designed to do that or something. But if my model allows me to predict the future before we knew it, and get it right, I'm justified in believing we're in an external world because the model that I built in my mind was able to tell me things about the future, which my imagination is very bad at. My imagination is very bad at telling me things about the future. And so it's more likely that this hypothesis I made up is true, um, or it corresponds to reality than it is that it corresponds to my imagination because it's able to tell the future. And so you can get evidence for whatever your hypothesis is, there's an external world or whatever, by the ability to predict novel things, new things that we haven't known yet. So, like predicting our conversation or that you will have a relevant thing to say after what I say is not a novel prediction. It's something we've experienced in the past. But if you're able to predict the sun will come up and be purple tomorrow, and no one else was able to predict that, then whatever your hypothesis is, is the one that's the most likely to be true.
So you think that if I said the sun is going to be purple tomorrow, and then the sun was purple tomorrow, that has implications for my uh, understanding of capital R reality?
Yes. So like if you said Jesus is Lord and tomorrow he's going to make the sun be purple. Just all day purple sun because Jesus is Lord. That would be evidence for Jesus. Yes.
Interesting. You know, Christopher Columbus actually did that to the Taino, I
Yep.
believe.
I do.
Yeah,
That was a great story where he's
Neil
like,
deGrasse Tyson. Yeah,
he was like,
yeah,
we want your food. Give us your food. And they're like, no. And he's like, well, if you don't give us your food, our God, who is greater than your God, is going to be very angry. And to show this, he's going to block out the sun in 2 weeks. And then there was an eclipse. The sun was blocked out, and they were scared to death and gave him their food. And they were justified in believing that. They were wrong. He clearly was lying just because he had more information. But from their perspective, they had good evidence that he knew more about reality than they did.
yeah. Let me ask you this: Are you sympathetic at all to the interface theory of perception, posited by the likes of mathematical physicists Chetan Prakash and Donald Hoffman and some others?
I doubt it. I don't know. Not a Donald
The
Hoffman fan.
interface. You're not a Donald Hoffman fan.
No.
Why? He's cool. He's chills out in the UC Irvine, California. But he and I, we email each other sometimes. Well, I email him, and he emails back because he's generous. But no. So the interface theory of perception, it seems to be borne out in mathematical physicists by means of what is it? What is it? The name of the operation is kind of escaping me right now. But the
Integrated
idea is
information
that
theory.
no. IIT is a theory of consciousness and how consciousness works. Even though I think it's more of a theory of mind, personally, than consciousness. IIT and global workspace theory. But this the this it's like, so Donald Hoffman, he explains reality or what we're aware of in terms of icons, almost like a desktop, and that's why it's called the interface theory of perception. So he's saying we don't see reality, we see, evolution has evolved us to kind of see icons, which make reality more user friendly, because reality is so complicated that it would render us paralyzed by the complexity of it if we were to interact with reality. And that's not a big deal to most philosophers because most philosophers are not direct realists anyway. Um, so the idea is we are interacting with a analog of reality, um, user-friendly icons, and that's what science studies. Anything which human beings see, smell, taste, or touch is a evolutionarily adaptive icon. It's not what's real. It's there to make life more user friendly for biological organisms such as ourselves. Are you sympathetic to that at all?
Sort of. So I think that yes, our brain creates shorthand ideas that are the thumbnails, but they actually exist. They aren't pure fictions.
No. Yeah, I would agree with you. So if I see a stop sign, it's not a pure fiction. There's something going on, right? Meaning there is some external reality, even though the term external to me is a little bit problematic. Um, it's not just, there's a difference between that stop sign and my imagination. Fair?
Yeah.
But it's not, redness, once again, is not a uh, intrinsic property of the stop sign. You would agree so far?
Yeah, I'd say that it's the differences between the things you're seeing, like the difference between the red and the white. That's real.
The difference between the red and the white is real. And in what way?
Uh,
You mean, and I assume you mean mind independently real.
yeah. So like when you see the red of the stop sign and you see the white words, the stop, there's some difference between the red and the white. You don't know necessarily what that difference
There's
is, but that difference in your brain is processed as the colors. And so the difference between the red and the right is real, objectively real. It's there. And then the way your brain processes it is subjective. You could say it's red and it's white, but that part doesn't matter. What matters is that the difference is real. And
Very
then
specifically, it's your brain doing its best interpretation of the opposite wavelength. And so it absorbs all of the other colors except for this. This is what's being bounced back, and your brain is doing its best job to interpret that data.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough. But Amy and T Jump, you guys would say that the difference in the color of the S, which is white, and the surrounding red is not merely apparent. That there is a fundamental distinction
yeah,
somehow.
yeah.
How would you cash that distinction out?
What do you mean?
Because so when we interact with it, there is a qualitative distinction, and without qualia, which our minds are responsible for, there are presumably only quantities. Even though I think that's problematic because quantities are just what we map onto qualia. But if you're saying that, look, there are some quantities which have as this emergent property of the fluctuation of those quantities the quality of redness and whiteness, what is there fundamentally when we're not looking, when there are no observers? There isn't red and there isn't white. So what are you supposing is there that makes the difference?
Wavelengths, the wavelengths of the light.
Right. And wavelengths are something that we observe also.
In fact, I
No.
would say while it's not there, it is actually, I hate to use the word something like pure specific, but our brains are actually trying to interpret what that color is. And so if you don't have an agent, in essence, you don't have any problem because that is the color.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only point that I'm trying to make here is that I think that the universe doesn't make sense on a fundamental level. So this is a Kantian assertion that we are the ones that make sense of the universe. And I think T Jump, I've heard you kind of respond sympathetically to this in the past.
Well, sort of. That sentence in a different
Because
context.
yeah, because you said before, like, logic is something that we make up, or something that our brains do to the world in order to make the world useful for us. Mathematics is that same kind of way.
Well, so those are
And
languages we made up to describe reality, but reality does operate in an ordered way. But I would say that like there is fundamental randomness, and I think that's silly and doesn't make sense. So I agree that some parts of reality don't make sense. But the part about the wavelength, so we don't see wavelengths. We don't see wavelengths ever. We've never seen a wavelength. We
no,
only
no,
see
not with our naked eye. No, yeah.
right. And so, but those things still exist, and we can test them and say if this is produced by some wavelength. We can do an experiment and say, I can make a machine there that'll read the wavelength that when it reflects off the red and it reflects off the white will read these two different numbers. And we can do that experiment with nobody looking at the machine and the numbers will be correct. They will be exactly what we expected them to be. We can try it with different objects and get different numbers. And we can say, well, maybe if it's just a part of our mind, we can reflect it off anything and get this number. Well, no, it doesn't work that way. It always reflects the same number correspondent to the object. And we can test that with objects we've never seen before. We can take an object we've never seen, make a measurement off of it based off of the wavelength. And we can say, oh, well, if this machine is right, then that should be a purple object. And we can take it out like, it's purple. That works. So we can say these things which are there even when we're not looking, the wavelengths, can be measured and tested by a machine. And from looking at the information of the machine without ever seeing the object, we can know what color it is because the wavelength that comes off of the object is independent of our minds.
Right. Now, would you agree with me if I said mathematics is a human tool that's only useful in describing a human universe? Salamanders get along fine without mathematics. Every other animal, every other organism on the universe in the universe uses tools which are useless to in the human universe, but mathematics is useful for us, um, because we want to quantify the qualities of experience so that we can predict the future, because predicting the future is highly adaptive for our species. So it isn't that mathematics is describing something
Well,
real and would be useful to a bat if a bat could only grasp mathematics. I think if bats could understand mathematics, they would be worse off as bats,
well, can
right?
I
Because
just say
because
2 points with that? I think in some way they are using a crude version. I think mathematics is a language. You could say, well, the lizard and the bat still has to deal with mathematics because if there are one or two predators, that makes a difference. There is also the hypothesis that math, because it may be a universal language, that it may actually be able to be understood multi-species, even uh, to the point of alien communication, because if math is a universal logic that we are building, they may be able to speak that. Not saying that's happened. That happened in many movies. It is something that could happen.
yeah, I think that sometimes like lions and hyenas get into fights, right? Sometimes a lion will encounter two hyenas and fight them off. But if, five hyenas come, then the lion will be like, okay, you guys can have the antelope or whatever. I'm not going to fight, that many hyenas. But I think that it would be a stretch to say that the lion is therefore doing mathematical thinking of any kind. There's just kind of an
Well,
intrinsic knowledge of this is a bigger problem than this. And even that might be anthropomorphizing just a little, but human beings kind of have to do that.
but just because
But
they're not
I
doing
wouldn't
E
say that.
equals MC squared doesn't mean that they're not doing math. But I will also say, maybe a third point, there are other apes that we have been able to test their mathematic ability.
Now, I think that's absolutely fair. And there's I think there's one African parrot that can actually know the difference between one and two keys based on biting it with its beak. I forget the name of that parrot that died that could count, like, essentially. But counting was a really kind of cool trick that parrot was taught. But the majority of birds, including parrots around the world, can't do that. Even though you can teach them that trick, it's not useful in their world unless they happen to live with a mathematician who's interested in, you know, giving them that skill or exapting
Sure.
their mind to that end.
But in fairness, so are humans. There has been a change within the past few hundred years that has been, let's get a public education system, let's get math teachers in them so that they can learn mathematics.
But what is
Yeah,
what
I
is
think
the point you're trying to get at? So mathematics is a language that allows us to do the simplicity thing you were talking about earlier. Things we see in the past, infer they will happen in the future. That's all it's doing. It's a language to take past information and infer it about the future. And anything with a sufficiently high enough level of intelligence will be able to benefit from being able to take things in the past and infer it about the future. But what was the point of the math thing?
yeah. So I was just saying, um, given that math is a human tool exclusively, um, I think it would be arrogance to assume that this tool that we've learned to use is describing the universe instead of merely describing a very adaptive human experience.
I would
Because there are tools that we use that we do fantastic with, and mathematics happens to be one of them. There are tools that eagles use that they do fantastic with, and mathematics isn't one. But they have tools that we lack that are better for eagles, and we have tools that they lack, mathematics being one of them, that is good for people. But it doesn't mean that either of us have reality in a nutshell. just because our tools are adaptive to our species.
Well, it depends on the tool. Like obviously we have hammers. Hammers work really well, but we wouldn't say hammers describe reality. The reason we say math describes reality is because the point of the tool is to model our past experiences and then build a framework based off of those past experiences and then infer about future experiences. So it's literally designed to build or model the world and then infer what will happen in the future. That's the point of math. And so because the point of that tool is to model reality and infer the future, if it works, then that's a good reason to think it corresponds to reality.
Yeah, I don't see that inference. Because something works. You think that the idea in your mind corresponds, or that there's some IDOS relation between lowercase and capital R reality. I don't happen to see the justification there, but I think we're getting a little bit off track. I think if I were to ask you, consciousness, right? If I say, look, consciousness is what it feels like to be something. And I think that that's David Chalmers' way of describing it, who posited the hard problem in the first place. And everything that we have in reality is just what something feels like. It feels like something to be having this conversation. I'm parked in front of Rocket Bakery. I'm about to go in there and have a coffee. It feels like something to see the colors of the bakery, to smell the scents inside the bakery. So to say that there is something which has standalone existence outside of my experience, how is that more than an appeal to some abstraction in theory? How does that have hold weight?
So again, if I think there is an external world, you think there's not, and I build a model that says if there's an external world based on my understanding, here's all the things that we're going to see in the future, and that happens consistently. And you have a model that there isn't an external world, and you don't make predictions, or you do make predictions and they get them wrong. The one that was accurately able to predict the future is more likely to correspond to the way reality is. So that's all it is. It's not saying there is some kind of deductive proof that there is an external world. It's just more likely that if you have a
I see.
hypothesis that can accurately predict the future and get it right, that hypothesis is more likely than the one that does not do that.
See, I think there is an external world. The question is, what is it made of? What is it grounded in? So,
Wait. So
and the only reason I
pause for 1
believe in
second.
it,
So, like, if we have two
sure.
hypotheses, and we
Hmm.
both agree there's a reality, and we don't know what it's made of. My hypothesis is it's made of matter, and your hypothesis is it's made of consciousness. And my hypothesis makes predictions that gets things right about the future that we didn't know yet. And yours doesn't. Mine would be slightly more likely to be correct because it was able to do that.
Right, but I don't think that either of them. Materialism is not a scientific hypothesis; it's a metaphysical one.
Well, yeah, but
So
so that part's fine. That's part fine. So like even if it's a
just because
metaphysical
what I
hypothesis.
call
Well, so just even if it's a metaphysical hypothesis, I have a metaphysical hypothesis. If I make predictions and get them right, that's my metaphysical hypothesis is more likely to be correct than yours. That's all I need.
no. So the dualist interactionist, the panpsychist, the materialist, and the idealist are all going to be able to make the same predictions because they
No,
live in the same universe.
no. So,
Sure, they are.
no, because there's different. Like nobody made the same predictions as Einstein. Einstein was the only person who made the predictions about the curvature of light around the sun being the variable he described it as. It was only Einstein. There was nobody else. And so anybody else who says, I'm able to make that same prediction is post hoc rationalization. The thing you mentioned earlier that makes a hypothesis bad, adding post hoc explanations to data. So nobody other than Einstein made that prediction. So whatever Einstein's hypothesis was, his is the most likely to be correct. And anybody else who just takes their own hypothesis and just tries to make the data fit is less likely to be correct. So the ones making pretty much all of the predictions are all materialist, all external world. Nobody in idealism is making predictions because they all work in philosophy. None of them actually work in the hard sciences. And so the only model that's actually making predictions, the Einsteins, are all materialists.
I would call Hoffman a idealist, and he's a scientist that's
He's a
working on
neurologist.
a mathematical theory of consciousness. Isn't neurology science?
Well, he's
He
not
calls
he's
himself a
not
scientist.
he's not making discoveries in the field. He works in the field to do neurology that they already know about.
I mean, not. I mean, not all scientists make discoveries. I mean, Chetan Prakash is a mathematical physicist who's also sympathetic to the same ideas.
Well,
John,
the
who is it?
discoveries part is the important thing. The discoveries part is the important thing. The ability to predict the future and make discoveries
right, but
is what makes it more
Henry
likely.
Stapp, Rupert Sheldrake, John Hagelin. These are people who are sympathetic to consciousness being fundamental, idealist kind of idea. And Henry Stapp has made giant contributions to scientific understanding. So it's, but the thing is, none of this really, it doesn't really
Mr.
matter
Biscuit,
what
can
you're.
I ask you? Whenever someone says that consciousness is fundamental, I just want to know, do you also think digestion is fundamental?
No.
Why?
Digestion isn't fundamental because organisms aren't. And in order to have digestion, I think you have to be an organism.
You have to be an organism, and you think consciousness is the organism?
No. Consciousness is fundamental, which means it's prior to organisms. Organisms are emergent, dissociative alters within a conscious field. So, T-Jump, you've actually had
Oh,
debates with.
wait. Walk me through that, because that makes no sense to me. Why would there be consciousness before an organism?
Why would there be? Well, I mean, the question of why. You can't ask why something's fundamental, right? It's because that would mean that there's
Her
something prior
question,
You
to it.
just did.
well, her question is that digestion, you admit, is a product of organisms and therefore is not fundamental. And so, why would you not admit consciousness is also a product of organisms and not fundamental? Why are you
Exactly.
saying there's a difference between them?
Yeah, I think that organisms are within a field of consciousness. So you're an organism, T Jump. Also, Amy, you're an organism, and I can hear your voice. So the term organism is set within a linguistic framework, and we created that linguistic framework because of observations. So the question is, before we observed these things which had patterns such that we would call them organisms, were there organisms mind independently? And my answer to that is no, because I think that everything that's, you know, everything that is observed to make an observation, that requires mind. And, minds are very, strongly correlated with brains and the rest of that.
But as far as we could tell, that is demonstrably false. There was 2 billion years where there was not a mind. And then multicellular organisms allowed for animals, the one branch of all of life, to have a mind.
You may have misunderstood. You may have misheard me. I do think minds are strongly correlated with brains, but I don't think that. I think consciousness is
Sure.
premental.
But I guess my claim would say consciousness is not fundamental. It shows no signs of being a foundational or fundamental source of anything.
What would a sign look like of something fundamental?
It would be not complex. It wouldn't be built of other components. So, for example, we could say the mind is a product of the organism. So the organism is higher, and we could say the mind is nested under that.
Yeah, I don't think consciousness is complex. I think that flies have consciousness, and they
Yeah.
know it.
Do you have a
Well,
non-animal?
hang on. I just want to finish. They know consciousness by participating in it, and you know consciousness by participating in it. So it's a participatory instead of propositional kind of knowledge. And I think that the reason we think we're confused about consciousness is because we struggle to break it into propositions. And for the majority of things in the world are external to us. They are objects and not subjects. And so we have an easier time describing them because language is built in terms of subject object distinctions. But when it comes to describing pure subjectivity, or pure consciousness itself, of course we're going to struggle to put that into language because language wasn't built for that end.
Let me change the question a
and
little bit. So say
Sure.
there's some guy named Bob, and Bob says digestion is the fundamental essence of the universe, and Biscuit's like, no, consciousness is the fundamental essence of the universe. And the digestion guy says, no, consciousness is just a byproduct of physical processes in the brain. And you're like, no, digestion is just a physical process that's a result of physical processes in the body. How do you distinguish who's right and who's wrong here? What's the differentiating factor between Bob, the guy who says digestion is the most fundamental thing in the universe, and he's a digestion idealist, and Biscuit, who's a consciousness idealist?
Yeah, digestion idealism sounds legit. So I would probably say that I can doubt digestion. First of all, right? I can say I do doubt that digestion is fundamental, and as a matter of fact, I can doubt that I'm digesting at all.
Wait.
I can say
pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. So the Bob guy can say, I doubt consciousness is fundamental. Now he can't doubt consciousness exists. Obviously he's going to grant consciousness exists, but he can doubt consciousness is fundamental, which is what you're claiming about digestion.
Yeah, but I'll take it a step back. I'll say, look, the reason we should prioritize subjectivity over objectivity, right? Because digestion isn't something you identify with. Digestion is something you have. You have a digestive system. You are the observer, right? And so this is the reason I think we should prioritize subjectivity over objectivity, which the materialist doesn't do. They say that out of an object arises some subject. And so my question for the digestivist or any other materialist or the the digestive idealist, I like that term better. My question would be, okay, give me some other example in nature of an object creating a subject or of a subject emerging from an object. Because I can give you tons of examples of subjects like ourselves creating objects. But if the only example of a subject arising from an object is the thesis in question, that's problematic. I think that's very problematic. So if the guy says, okay, look, consciousness emerges out of the digestive system, I say, okay, you think that subjects arise from objects and you've chosen your object and the emergent subject. Give me some other examples of subjects emerging from objects, if this is something nature can truly do. So that's just two examples of why it's a bad idea.
Oh, he lost connection. I didn't kick him. Where did he go?
Damn.
Well, so the part there that I wanted to mention was what I mentioned before, that he's confusing epistemology and ontology. The epistemic starting point, if you start with consciousness, doesn't tell you anything about the ontology. And so his argument is that, but you start with conscious experience, and that's the difference between consciousness idealism and digestion idealism, is that because you start with consciousness in your experience, that's a more plausible basis for it being the foundation of reality, which is wrong. It's confusing epistemology and ontology. Our epistemic starting point doesn't tell us anything about the ontological foundations.
And he used a fly as his example as it being closer to a foundation. But yes, a fly might have a simpler form of consciousness, but it is an animal, just like T-Jump, myself, all of us. And so I would like to see a non-animal or even something lower on the evolutionary chain. We are complex, like a plant or a fungus.
Yeah, that's a good point, that using a fly as an example of simple consciousnesses wouldn't be as good as like using a rock as a simple consciousness. That would be a much more simple consciousness.
Yeah.
All right, anybody else in the audience? Religion, God, philosophy, bathtubs.
Taco Tuesday, which I think goes well with bathtubs. Well, bathrooms. I think we've done it again.
Yep.
Egypt. There's no more theists.
I still need like a
tried-
notification or something. We need somebody who has the add everyone power.
I tried doing a shout out in general chat, but they probably just told me to go F myself. Oh, we got a hand.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, not a theist. Just want to say that there was an ad everyone shout out.
Thank you.
I think you guys are just consistently scared the theists away. I don't know.
Makes sense.
Listen, they
They
had
are.
thousands of years to hand in their homework, and nothing.
No, you see, theism is when you explain things you don't know with something else you don't know.
That is true. Solving a mystery with a mystery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and because we can't disprove that mystery, we can only say it's ambiguous. Then they say, "Oh well, see, look, no, my mystery's good." Sorry.
Yep, taking advantage of fundamental fallacies that are endemic in the human mind in order to perpetuate an ideology.
Yep. That sums it up pretty much perfectly. What if we could get like Kent Hovind or Mr. Batman to have one of these? Join the chat.
Mr. Batman's been here several times.
Really? He talks with people when he doesn't have the power to mute them? That's a surprise to me.
Yeah, I've had
He
him.
generally freaks out.
Yeah. Well, okay, and then there was my favorite was when I got banned in Darth Dawkins' room because he was accusing me of lying to him, which I said I wasn't. I don't even remember what about. Then he said, "So you don't care if you're going to burn in hellfire for eternity?" I said, "No." And he said, "Well, you lied to me again." I said, "Well, why would I care about something I don't believe in?"
That's kind of funny.
Yeah. These people like thrive on only being able to interact when they have pure power over the entire dialogue.
Yeah, especially precepts, they need to have mod control.
Yep. Have you watched the Kent Hovind discussion with Dave Farina?
I have not, but I did see him on one of these channels. He was in Discord the other day. Doing like
Surprised
an
he doesn't
AMA.
think God's going to smite him down for using Discord.
Okay.
No, basically the whole issue with Kent Hovind and Dave Farina discussion was that Kent would not define what a kind was. And that was his whole biblical justification for evolution. Was,
Well,
no species can create something outside of its kind. Okay, define kind. Is it a species? Then he just wouldn't define it. He just appealed to the moderator and say, let's make sure Dave's not taking up all the time here.
yeah, they end up making species again.
Yep. But they can't just say that because then they know they're full of shit. Oops, sorry, am I allowed to swear? My bad.
That's okay. In fact, we're not Christians. You can say whatever you want as long as it doesn't break the TOS.
Well, shit was said in the Bible anyways.
Let me tell you, the Bible is not G, PG, or PG-13.
What's that verse about having genitalia like donkeys and ejaculate like horses? That is an actual
Listen.
Bible verse, by the way. That's what got it banned from public schools in Utah.
How she likes her men is how she likes her men.
Yeah, but we shouldn't have this in a children's book. That's very clearly not appropriate for school. So I agree with Utah banning it. I think that's one of the most hilarious examples of irony these morons have had in the last, 10, 15 years.
Yeah, they're trying to ban everything. In fact, this is the last push, in my opinion, of the evangelicals.
This gets in the chat. Yeah, he said he didn't intentionally boot himself. I didn't kick him. I don't think Amy kicked him. Amy never kicks anybody. So I think we figured his battery died or something.
Yeah, Amy will give a swift kick in the rear, but not a kick from Discord.
Woohoo! I would say I won't bite unless you're into that as well.
Where are all the theists? I'm surprised. Usually they show up and say something stupid.
You're
at
gonna
least.
have to make some really extreme claims to get them to join. Like the world is not 6,000 years old.
Say God is a bottom.
Well, I've gotten this from Tom Rabbit, which is that Jesus and their God was transgender because he started genderless and then became a man
hmm
for transgender Jesus.
Transgender Jesus sounds pretty based, if you ask me.
Once again, Christians, if this offends any of you, just raise your hand. We'll get you right up there.
Yes, I'm happy to laugh and wallow in your misery.
We also accept other gods. Whatever type of currency, we can translate it.
Here's an interesting question. Why is it that every conservative accusation is actually a self-report?
It takes one to know one.
I guess so. What was the one recently? Oh, there was I think it was in Alabama. A senator got caught looking at a substantial number of trans adult videos after passing legislation to ban hormone therapy.
He was just doing research. He was just doing research to understand the bill more.
Yeah. He said he just wanted to appreciate fairy princesses.
Just like what's his name with the gay frogs? Alex Jones.
Yep.
With transgender porn.
Now I've heard that he's been poking around a bit with Blair White.
Oh my!
I heard they've been flinging and slinging, if you know what I mean.
And I do. Wink, wink. Wink. Hi, Carlos.
Hey, how's it going? Am I audible?
Yep.
You are.
How's it going? Yeah, I haven't got too long, but I had one to run a thought by you guys actually. Following the discussion I had on the Euthyphro dilemma, right? So theists wanted to sort of hold on to objective morality, so they take the second horn and say that goodness is grounded in God's nature, it's not grounded in His commands. So what they want to do is obviously hold on to objective morality, but it seems like if goodness is part of God's command, it's not part of God's commands, it's part of His nature. It's like it would make me want to ask another question as to whether God determines His nature, or does God not determine His nature, or does something else determine His nature? Because it seems that His nature is determined in the sense that it's all good, it's unchangingly good. So it seems that it is determined. So the question would be: does God determine His nature, or does something else determine His nature? And if God determines His nature, it's like taking the first horn of Euthyphro, and it would just make it arbitrary. But if God doesn't determine His nature, then it seems to me that I would conclude that something is true about reality that makes God's nature that way, right? So I guess the conclusion would be that there's some sort of supernatural law, or something that exists, some sort of brute fact, but there is still something true about reality that makes God's nature this way, because we could easily imagine God being an evil God, right? So do you have any problems with that, like saying that there's some supernatural law that determines God's nature, it is actually determined?
The Euthyphro dilemma is usually used to try and just show that it's not grounded in consciousness. So if it's grounded in God's consciousness, His opinions, feelings, whatever, then it's subjective. If it's grounded in something independent of His consciousness, then it could be objective. Like if it's grounded in His nature, that's fine. And if you want to ask the further question, what caused His nature to be that way, they could just say that's like a brute fact or something of reality, and that would be fine. So the problem wouldn't be morality being a part of God's nature and that being a brute fact. It would be God's consciousness, he has no choice. He can't change it. He has no opinion in it. It's a part of his nature. And that's the part that would attempts to cause problems for Christians, is that when you say that God's choices and his consciousness have nothing relevant to it, then you don't need consciousness for objective morality. And that's the core of their argument, that you need a conscious being to ground objective morality. But if the consciousness has nothing to do with morality, then you don't. And you can just say morality is a law of physics or something.
Yeah. But you'd say that the nature of God, like his unchanging good nature, is determined by a brute fact, not by God's commands or feelings or whatever.
Right. That's what you'd have to say, is that God has no choice in it. He's not his opinion. His thoughts and consciousness have nothing to do with it. His nature, his unconscious nature, determines all of his consciousness.
Right. So God is like some grand designer of all things. He can determine all things in existence, but there's a category of things that he can't determine, such as whatever it is that makes him ontologically unchangingly good. He can't be evil. Like we can be evil, we can be good, that's within our nature. But God has a nature that's different to ours. It's unchangingly good, and something is making that the case, and it's not God. So it would suggest that in a hierarchical sense that there's something superior to God, such that God can't change this fact, which would sort of kind of I suppose would kind of lower God down in terms of like being a fundamental being or whatever, right? Because it seems to me that whatever you would introduce into reality, such as a God, it would still have to be governed by something that makes it the way that it is. So it
I mean, I
seems
think
to me
you're.
that
Oops, sorry.
Well,
no, I'm
no,
just saying it just seems to me that whatever you introduce, it always has to be governed by something, some sort
Carlos,
of.
this is why I really dislike theistic morality, because as much as they say it's objective morality, it is an objective, subjective morality, but instead of the best things combined, it's the worst things combined, because it's an eternal mind.
Yeah, it seems like you're dipping into the omnipotence paradox a bit, and I think that's a much easier mode of discussion for this than trying to claim that God isn't fundamental, or if I misunderstood, then I apologize.
No, I think like obviously I think that if morality is grounded in God, and God's a subject, it's more likely to be subjective. But if it's not necessarily about the objective subjective distinction, it's about what makes it the case that God's nature is unchangingly good. Because I want to say that there's something external to God in a hierarchical sense
I don't think you
that
could
God
say that,
can't do anything about.
because I think you would have to. You could say it's his nature, and his nature is the most fundamental thing. And then, since his nature is a part of God, there wouldn't be something greater than him in a hierarchical sense. It would just be his nature, which would be him. But you could make his consciousness, which is what's important to them, less important. So they can say God's nature is the most fundamental thing, and that kind of works. But they can't say it's his consciousness. That's the part that they need to get rid of.
Mm. Yeah, no, I understand that. I think because this was just making me lead my thoughts to, explaining, fundamental things in reality. Because we were speaking a couple of weeks ago about the Agrippa's trilemma and converting it to an ontology to try and pick out something that might be that we could say is fundamental, that wouldn't be arbitrary. Now, potentially there is nothing that you could actually pick out. But I was, having this discussion about the Euthyphro led me to believe that potentially some sort of law or laws that make things the way that they are ontologically, are themselves brute facts. Because when we talk about like laws of nature, like laws of gravity, laws of thermodynamics, we're just talking about an observation of like uniformity in nature, right? So it's like that we're not trying to explain why they are the way that they are. They just are the way that they are. But there's something true about reality that makes it that way. And we might just say it's determined by brute fact, because brute facts don't need justifications. laws don't need justification. So it just seems to me that laws are, governing laws are the most fundamental thing that you could ever, like, in terms of reducing things down to. That's as far down as you could ever go. So it's like laws all the way down.
Yeah, I wouldn't see that as any less plausible than God's nature or whatever. Just nature's nature.
Yeah. I suppose I mean, it might be a wrong way of thinking. Maybe I'm just kicking the can down the road, but I just feel like if God's nature is determined to be unchangingly good, then I could just posit some supernatural law that exists. It's a brute fact that this supernatural law exists, but it makes God's nature this way such that God can't determine his own nature. He can't ever be an evil God. And this brute fact, this supernatural law, makes it the case. But that's the kind of line I was thinking.
Sure.
So thanks.
And thank you, Carlos. And this is just why I say it's a horrible combination, because when I ask questions like, well, if God were to say, kill your child, would that be moral? And the answer would be yes, because the eternal mind said so. But it should be arbitrary. That should be subjective, because it's a mind.
Yeah, teacher, do you think that laws themselves can be emergent, like the laws of gravity, laws of thermodynamics? Do you think that they themselves are emergent from more fundamental things, perhaps?
Sort of. So a law is just a description of a pattern, and the pattern can be emergent. So like many of the laws are the same, like the weak and electromagnetic forces are the same forces, and so the split is emergent. They're technically the same thing, and all of the four fundamental forces could be emergent and from one more fundamental force.
Like they could be all interconnected to one sort of grand unifying law, or
Yep.
maybe there's like independent ones potentially.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for answering the questions. I'll let you ask other guys. Thanks.
Yep. Thanks for coming up.
What's up, Bob McJuicer?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
So I guess I have a question, or I guess just a discussion point around like the semantics when using the word evidence. I feel like it can sometimes be a slippery word to use when talking with theists. I guess what is your guys' definition of evidence?
We're mostly looking for novel, testable hypotheses, something that we can actually, test and experiment into the future, something that we can peer review.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that like a lot of times it gets confused with like its usage around like in court.
Sure. Though I will say, we oftentimes get that eyewitness testimony is the best, most used and trusted evidence in a courtroom, and no, it's not.
Yeah. I mean, I guess yeah, but even beyond, I guess one definition. I know. I believe it was Matt Dillahunty did a video where he said that evidence is something to justify belief in something that's likely to be true, and I feel like that's kind of a tough definition to work with. And I know, like in court cases, the definition is usually just like anything that justifies or anything that can cause belief in something, which I think would make sense. Like, a flat earther would say, oh, I look at my surroundings, and that's like visual evidence that just justifies my belief in a flat Earth, or like
Sure.
that's the evidence that causes that.
When it
Um,
comes to flat Earth, I don't think it's a science debate either. I think it's epistemology debate. It's what kind of evidence do you accept? And I think the two sides are empiricists, and I'm trying to think of something that's not insulting for the other side. They basically say, look, you have to only accept evidence that you yourself tested. And I actually think that is a extremely flawed epistemology.
mhm.
I believe the word
Yeah.
is toddlers.
Yeah, well, I mean, actually,
One of them, yes.
I really like the definition that you gave. I think that works. I'm just trying to figure out how like another side would kind of try to derail that definition if they disagreed with it.
Well, and what they try to do is they try, in my opinion, not to present science but debunk science. And so they wait for us. It's very reactionary. They want to see what we present so they can tell you why they disagree with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not let me tell you why I'm right, it's let me tell you why you're wrong. And because
100%.
you're wrong, therefore I must be right.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I guess like this has been something I've been like kind of largely thinking about ever since I watched the I think it was originally a Matt Dillahunty versus I can't think of the guy's name, but it was a debate, and like that came up, and like half of it was just arguing about what is and isn't evidence, and then Matt Dillahunty and Paula Gia made a whole follow-up video kind of trying to explain what is and isn't evidence, and I just wasn't really satisfied with kind of the conclusions that they were coming to.
So I will tell you why that's the best thing they should do, unless they have expertise in another field. Because what the flat earth, conspiracy theorists, whatever, what they want to do is have a very technical debate. They want the vast majority of it to go over people's heads, and they want to attempt to sound as, I hate to say as smart, because that's not really what we should be focusing on, but that is their goal, is to sound as technical as possible. And so,
Well, it's actually really easy to kind of break that charade in the sense that whenever they cite any sort of number, like what is it? It's like 8 inches per mile squared, or something like that. Whenever they cite a number like that, you ask them, okay, how is that derived? And they can never answer you, ever.
sure. And I agree, is to press them just a little bit, because we should go, if you're having a conversation, a debate, or whatever, we always need to lay the groundwork, but the groundwork should be simple. The groundwork should be thousands of years ago, we were doing experiments in wells from city to city. And so we have known this for a while. But then after that, once you have basically given the science, it should be trying to break apart why they think like they think, why they know what they know.
You mentioned something
Quote,
about
unquote.
Apologia and Matt Dillahunty defining what is evidence and that you were unsatisfied.
Yeah, I know the Matt Dillahunty did like his own video in which he gave a definition of evidence, and it says something that causes belief that is likely to be true, which I found very circular. But that was in a separate video. The other video that I was referring to was Paula Gia and Matt Dillahunty kind of going over a debate that Matt Dillahunty had done at a previous time.
Yeah, so
And I don't know if they really defined it.
So evidence is anything that increases the probability of a proposition being true or false. And
yeah, well, isn't that like circular? Isn't that like just within that definition right there a bit like circular reasoning though?
how?
Like, don't you already have to know the likelihood of the conclusion, like the likelihood of the conclusion being true or not, in
No.
order for it to then be called evidence?
No. So like if something For example, if a dice is weighted, that would increase the probability that it's going to land on whatever the weighted side is. Now, I don't actually know any of the probability of the dice. I don't really care. But if I know the dice is weighted, that's evidence that it's going to be lean towards one side more than the other. And so I don't see why that would be circular, because circular reasoning is like using one of your premises in your conclusion or something. And so saying evidence is anything that would increase the probability of something being true, I mean, I guess what you could be saying is that it leaves out whatever the criteria is for increasing the probability of truth. But that's fine. You don't need that.
Okay, yeah, that might be what I'm
So yeah, it doesn't.
thinking of.
The definition of evidence is just anything that increases the probability of something being true, and then you need to establish, or maybe you're asking the further question, what is it that establishes something is more likely being true? Maybe that's the question you're specifically asking.
And what I would ask
Yeah,
them, someone who you're talking to, is what is your methodology? How do you discern fact from fiction?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I guess it's not something that I've run into myself often, but it is something that I often see like an issue with a lot of other debates. I'm just trying to figure out how to, vocalize what I'm seeing, I
We'll
guess.
also give you another tip if you're, and it's just very specifically for flat Earth, not Sasquatch or aliens. But when it comes to flat Earth, and I'm being generous, 50% of them are religious, and they will ask you, why is the Earth flat? Well, because it's God's special creation. And I mean, that's just an entirely different conversation.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think I don't know. I guess I try to like pick my battles, and I think there's if someone is pretty convinced that the Earth is flat, I just don't see myself being able to have like a productive conversation with them most of the time.
It's hard.
Not that I'm not willing to. I guess it's just I haven't really run across that much, but I run into theists all the time.
So I wanted to try and
I'm
answer
always-
your question there about what increases the probability of something being true. And I would say that the first criterion is novel testable predictions, like what Amy said. That would be if you can provide novel testable predictions from a hypothesis, that increases the likelihood it's true. Because if you can predict the future using some model, then it's more likely that that model corresponds to reality than the other ones that don't make predictions. The courtroom example is when they go a further step, because like eyewitness testimony is counted as evidence, but only for things that have already made novel predictions, things that we already have an empirical basis for. So if I said I saw a dog, that's reasonable. You could believe I saw a dog based off of that statement. But if I said I saw a unicorn, it doesn't increase the probability I saw a unicorn. It increases the probability I had a delusion or something. And the difference there is that if things already have an implicit empirical basis, like dogs, or I saw a guy murder a guy or whatever, that can be reasonable to believe based off of my testimony. And so it does increase the probability of me seeing that thing occur. Whereas if I said I saw a unicorn, it doesn't, because they don't have any explicit empirical evidence, and you would need to provide some before that was reasonable to believe, even in a courtroom. And so those conceptual forms of evidence, like testimony, intuition, math, logic, whatever, are only justifiable to lead to conclusions that already have an empirical basis, and are never justifiable to lead to things that don't have an empirical basis. So miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. And so in those cases, it's evidence, not evidence.
Well, I guess what I was kind of thinking more along like the for bringing up evidence in court. I think like the things that we label evidence, it's more that it has like the potential to be evidence, and I feel like we kind of regard it that way, and even sometimes even after we've come to the conclusion, like if you have like if you're doing a murder case and you have 3 different knives from 3 different potential suspects, like I think from one way you could look at it is only one of them can be evidence to lead to the killer.
Well, I think you can make a second category of evidence versus substantiating evidence, right?
Yeah, probably. But like you'd say, oh, this is evidence number 1, this is evidence number 2, evidence number 3. But
Wait, I
yeah,
didn't
I
quite
think
follow that part. So we have 3 knives. Each knife supposedly fits the wound exactly or something. That would all be evidence for each of the 3 different people. And then you'd probably need more evidence to indicate one of them over the other.
yeah. But like once we've concluded, oh, okay, it was this guy, because of other evidence, are those other 2 knives then therefore no longer evidence?
No, they would still be evidence.
Yes.
They would still be evidence. They'd still increase the probability that that person did it as opposed to somebody else because they had a knife that fit the wound or whatever. And so because each of the knives fit the wound exactly, that is evidence that the person who owned the knife could have committed the crime. It wouldn't be.
Oh, that's a good way of thinking, but I didn't even think of that, but that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No problem. Yeah, it was perfect.
Interestingly, I think this kind of ties into another thought I have about religion, in that the only thing that separates religion from mental illness is the number of followers. So basically, they believe more people believe their evidence is valid, therefore they think it's more justified. But in reality, it's obviously not. I just think that's an interesting parallel.
Well, actually, mental illness is defined as being detrimental to functioning in society. And so it's not about the number of people. It's about, does having the ridiculous belief impair you from functioning, regardless of whether or not it's.
Yeah, I would argue that
true.
religion can definitely be maladaptive.
Right. But so the point is that even if you have like a completely delusional psychological state, if you're very functional in society, then it isn't a mental illness.
Kind of. Maladaptivity is really only one of the criteria for it. Usually also it's like, is this persisting for over a period of whatever period of time, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess, I don't know, 100 ways to skin a cat.
Interesting. All right. Well, yeah, thanks for your input. I definitely got a lot of really good insight to work with now.
Yeah, I'm kind of dumb. Don't pay much attention to me.
I guess, is there anyone? I have another kind of idea. I don't want to go if anyone else is.
Nobody else has their hand raised, so you can keep going for as long as until somebody else.
But we will say, if you're theist, raise your hand and we will bring you up. But Bob, what's on your mind?
So one thing I think is that it's difficult to pin down or argue against a lot of theists because I feel like they like especially like the more like some of the more reasonable ones but not extreme, they're open to different ideas. Like, so I'll ask a lot of people like, oh, do you believe that Noah's flood like literally happened, like as in a global flood, or are you open to the idea that it was like local and that Bible's just talking about like a perspective thing? And I'm aware that there's a lot of different ways that you could go with flood and evolution, that kind of thing. But I feel like a lot of them will kind of take the stance of, I think it was a global flood, but it could be this other thing. Basically, like unwilling to like reject like the scientific view, but also unwilling to reject the more traditional view, and they kind of like to play in this middle ground. And I think it's that way for like a lot of different things within. I guess I'm most familiar with Christianity. But it seems like they like to kind of like sit in the middle and kind of like take the advantage of both sides and not really hold fast to anything. And I was wondering if there's like a good way to kind of like call that out or like address that.
It's an ambiguity fallacy. So if you have a statement that can be interpreted in many different ways, people will hold to the statement to mean whatever is the one that corresponds to the rest of the evidence or rest of reality, and then make everything else fit. So like, did Adam and Eve literally have an apple? Well, it kind of depends. And so did Noah actually put every animal in the ark? Well, it kind of depends. So when there's multiple ways to interpret a statement and they interpret it in the way that is most convenient for their ideology, it's called an ambiguity fallacy.
That makes sense. I feel like the point that they usually try and like push though is that it's not important, like whether it's that way or the other. It doesn't affect these other things that they can be much more vague about.
Yeah, so the things that haven't been disproven or don't conflict with science, they'll usually take the interpretation that they like the best until there's conflicting evidence, and when there's conflicting evidence, then they'll take the ambiguity approach of it's iffy. And so that's the same with most ideologies, which are I forget, unfalsifiable. Well, they'll just take the most ambiguous interpretation to make it fit and keep the parts they like the most as the foundation of their belief, and everything else is just kind of, well, who cares?
Okay.
Like eating shellfish,
like
who cares?
yeah. I just like it'd be nice to be able to like just kind of point out like you think you're like so certain about a couple things, but everything else is just like people who are believe in the same God or same like base religion. Uh, like there's just so diverse, and I just feel like there's got to be like a good argument or good way to point out that like look if you think you like if you guys think you have the answers, why is everyone on such a different page who follows the same God, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, but it won't work on most theists because they think that they're right and everybody else is wrong. And so the fact that other people believe is like, well, not they would count as evidence for their own position because of the Dunning-Kruger confirmation bias. But the argument is that in philosophy, the ambiguity fallacy is the fact that you can interpret anything and make it fit your worldview and make anything work post hoc. It doesn't matter. And because you can do that, science requires very specific criterion for a hypothesis to be accepted. It has to be like falsifiable. If this doesn't work, my theory is wrong. And the reason we added that criterion is because we know ambiguity can be used to justify anything. And so we know any ideology that has that level of ambiguity is unjustified, but that's something that's going to go over the heads of the theists until they really get into deep philosophy.
Yeah. And I guess it's more of I guess what I'm talking about is less of a like actual like proof or like here's where you're wrong, and just more of a semantics, like how to kind of vocalize it in a way that sticks out the most to yeah, I don't know. But all right. Well, thank you guys so much. I see a hand up, so I'll yield the rest of my time.
Sure. Yeah, so it's the same thing. Like the way to articulate that to an academic crowd would be is it's an ambiguity fallacy. They're like, yep, that makes sense. But the way to articulate it to like every average Christians is not going to work very well. There isn't a way to do it because they're using the ambiguity fallacy to self-confirm their own belief. It's like I mentioned earlier, an ideology using innate fallacies in the human brain in order to perpetuate itself. And the whole point of those kinds of statements in the Bible is to use the fallacies ingrained in human brains in order to make them believe in a way that is fallacious. And unless you understand why it's fallacious, you're not going to be able to stop.
Yeah. Well, I guess all right. One more comment. Yeah, I think it's just like it'd just be nice to like have like a good simple argument to show like, hey, there's this in science that like pretty much everyone universally agrees on, because it's clear, and like we have systems that create for the most part very uniform thought. And it's just not fair to compare that to other things which should be pretty fundamental within Christianity, such as like forgiveness. You can have just a million different views on what forgiveness is, what it entails, and like how to apply it to your life. You can get, you know,
Yeah, that's the
with
ambiguity
million
fallacy
different
thing. That's
interpretations.
why science requires very specific, falsifiable statements, and anything that's ambiguous and can have many interpretations isn't accepted because we know that's fallacious. So that's the ambiguity fallacy.
Yeah, and part of it's not, and part of what I'm thinking is like not necessarily like to prove that they're wrong or show that they're wrong, but also to kind of have a interesting point in a conversation that they might be able to, you know, retrospectively look at, and that they actually might kind of think about, like, yeah, why does science like what is the system within science that lets there be quite a bit of uniformity, and why is there so much just variety and array of different things about, you know, our beliefs. You know, I know that it's it might just be wishful thinking on my part, but just trying to just put some, I guess, as a Christian would say, plant the seeds.
Yeah, probably would be best to say something like, or to look into, why does science require falsifiability? And then you can say, well, the reason it requires that is because with ambiguity, you can always make anything fit no matter what. And so there's no way to ever prove something wrong. And so the reason we require specificity is because it's the only way to actually justify anything. And if you can try to condense that down into something understandable to the average, say, Christian, that's probably your best bet. It's like, why does science include these criterion, and why does the Bible not use those criterion?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thanks again. I enjoyed the conversation.
Yep.
Hello, Tijam.
Hi.
To the rest.
How are you?
I'm all right. I'm a little tired.
Tijam, I have a question. Do you believe in this revelation?
No.
A revelation sent by some supernatural being or something?
No.
No. Okay. So, what are the probabilities of people living 6,000 years ago knowing the exact age of the universe?
Very low.
Not low, zero, right?
Well, no, it's
Because
not.
they
It's
don't have
never.
any
It's never
advanced
zero.
equipment.
It's never zero. It's just very low.
No, but it is 1 in a 4 billion probability, which means they could have said 3 billion, they could have said 2 billion, 20,000, 5,
Yeah,
any numbers.
it's
But
very low. It's a very low probability.
so would you consider that there must be some other supernatural power which might have revealed it?
What?
Because it's impossible for
It's
someone
not impossible.
without any equipment to predict that.
They could guess.
No, it's without any equipment, without the knowing the speed of the light, without having certain equipments, you cannot predict the age of the
You could guess.
universe.
Anyone could have guessed a number, and that number could have been right. It's possible. It's just unlikely.
Yeah, the guessing any number is 1 in a 4 billion probability. That's almost zero.
That's not almost zero.
They could have said 2,000, 3,000. Why should I specifically say 4 billion?
That's how guesses work. You pick a random number.
Guessing 4 billion exactly? Like, okay,
But
anyway.
Have you never heard of lottery tickets?
You're being a sharpshooter. How about the guesses they got wrong?
Yeah. Okay. Do you accept that we only came to know about the expansion of the universe in 1922?
Yeah.
Okay. So how about the Quran mentions the expansion of the universe 1,400 years ago?
It doesn't.
It does.
It does.
I can quote you exactly the verse.
I know exactly the verse I know exactly what the verse you're quoting, which is that God will spread out the heavens and the earth. It's not. Doesn't say the universe.
No. I will quote. It's just one verse. I will quote you in 51:47. It says, and we build the universe with great might, and we are certainly expanding it.
Yeah, that's not an argument for the expansion of the universe. That's just using the word expanding.
Yeah. No, it says we are certainly expanding it.
Yeah, that's the word. That's an ambiguity fallacy. So the fact that it says we are expanding it, you can find.
No. You cannot say ambiguity. There is no other meaning applicable.
In order for the Quran to predict the expansion of the universe, it would have to literally say the rate, what it's made of, when it
No,
started.
no, no.
Just the fact that it says the word expanding is not a prediction of the expansion of the universe. That's not how predictions work.
No, expansion literally means expanding.
No.
There is
Stop,
no
stop,
other
stop, stop,
meaning
stop.
for this word.
One word expanding
Yeah.
is nothing, is not a prediction. That is not a prediction. A prediction has to be specific, has to say exactly what's happening, the rate it's happening. It's not just a word. You can't just say stuff is expanding and say, I predicted the age of the universe. No, doesn't work that way. That is not a prediction.
Okay.
That's an ambiguity fallacy. To have a prediction, you need something specific. Like specifically in the Vedas, it says the world is 4.3 billion years old. That's specific. Yours sentence that has the
Okay.
word expanding in it is not specific, not a prediction.
Okay, can I speak now? Okay. If the verse had mentioned human beings, we created human beings and we are expanding them. Okay, that's a different meaning. But here it is talking about the universe.
I don't
It is
care. I
saying
don't care.
we
I've
build the
already debunked
universe.
that. I've already debunked that. The fact that it says stuff
No.
is expanding is not a prediction. That's an
Mm.
ambiguity fallacy. For a prediction, you need
It's not saying stuff.
specific.
It is.
I don't care.
It
I
is saying
don't care.
certain.
Everything in that paragraph you read is garbage, nothing. Nothing garbage. For it to be a prediction, it needs to be specific. It needs to say the rate, it needs to
Yeah.
say what is expanding, it needs to say how it's expanding. You just says the word expanding. Expanding is not a prediction.
Okay, well, you are saying it is like bullshit, but
Yeah.
there are scientists who agree to it. I can quote you name of scientists who are expert in this field and they agree to this verse.
None
Okay,
of them
I
agree.
will give it.
None of them agree. Again, that's an ambiguity fallacy. That's
Okay,
been
well,
debunked.
what if I give you names?
No, don't
What
waste
if
my
I
time.
give
I
you
don't
names?
want to hear it. That's been debunked. That's an
Okay,
ambiguity
then
fallacy. Everybody
what
in
about
science
the?
agrees that's an ambiguity fallacy. Nobody takes it seriously. It's a joke. It's a well-known joke. An ambiguity fallacy.
Okay,
Like no,
what about
if I
Big Bang?
tried to
Are you
publish
talking?
if I tried to publish a scientific paper that said stuff is
Mm,
expanding or the universe is
mm.
expanding, and that's all I had, no one would care. If Hubble just wrote a paper that said the universe is expanding, period, and stopped, no one would care. The reason Hubble
But I
got
also
we are,
have
named,
to ask.
we are not arguing how it is expanding. We need to know the mathematical patterns to know how it is expanding.
But are you quoting Surah 94? What surah are you quoting?
I'm quoting Surah 51, chapter number 51, verse 47.
51.
51:47.
Okay, because I just want to say I went on 94 and the first line is, have we not caused thy bosom to dilate? That was what I got for expanding on the Quran. Wow, I
No,
didn't
no,
know
no.
the Quran was so progressive. Anyway, let's go to, what'd you say, 54?
No, 51:47.
51.
And also there is one more verse which actually clearly says the Big Bang.
no, it doesn't.
The winnowing
Literally
winds.
does not. So again, this is
And
this is called a ambiguity fallacy, where you're taking words that can be interpreted in many
yeah,
different ways and trying to make it fit the science, and it's called a cherry picking
yeah.
fallacy
If
because
if,
you're ignoring
if
all of the mistakes and errors and falsehoods in the Quran that just get things wrong.
okay, if it can
It's
be,
also
if it
post
can
hoc
be,
justification.
Correct.
okay, okay. Then you said as for this moral argument, you said your morality depends on the trend, right?
The what?
Actually, you study the trend of previous maybe thousands of years, and then you decide the moral. You get your
No,
moral values from that.
no. We study the trends to find patterns, and we look in the patterns to say, why would there be something more fundamental?
So where does
Okay,
it talk about
okay.
Big Bang or expansion? We have built the heaven with might, and it is who make it the vast extent?
Expanding, yeah, we are expanding it.
No, that's not
That
what
that
it says. There's no math on this page. Also, can I just say a few sentences down? They
no,
call him a wizard. Like literally, it
no,
says the sentence wizard. It's
no.
there's
I never heard this verse. You are saying that wizard or something because
even
I don't
so,
know
there
which.
came no messenger unto these before them, but they said a wizard or a madman. They're
Yeah, because
calling Muhammad a wizard.
people used to say that. That's why it mentions that. Because people always in every religion, when Moses came, Jesus came, they mocked him. They mocked all the messengers in the past. So I don't think that's an argument.
So you're
People,
saying in the same paragraph where it says that it doesn't say anything really expanded. They also are just calling him a madman. This is a scientific document.
no, No. Actually, I didn't say it is a scientific argument. Quran is not a book of science. This
I
is a book
see.
which is revealed to teach us how to live our life. So obviously, it mentions something about our universe which is matching with our scientific discoveries. So it doesn't have to mention the mathematical formulas. We wouldn't understand even if it had mentioned those things, because we couldn't find the exact mathematical truth of the universe. We know some patterns, okay, but God knows the entire aspect of the reality. So we cannot observe the entire aspect of the reality. We will discuss it later, but I have a question for Tijam. So Tijam, if we go back thousands of years, the moral trend goes when it comes to gay rights, like same-sex marriage, all these things. The trend goes up. People are against it. So would you consider those things as to be wrong? Hello.
No, those would not be wrong.
Those would not be wrong. So are you against gay marriage, same-sex marriage, and then uh, so you're saying gay marriage should be banned?
No, gay marriage is perfectly fine and
Because
moral.
no, but thousands of years. If you study all the
Yeah, who
like
cares?
human
Who
beings
cares? Who cares?
civilization.
That doesn't matter. So like
So according to your
the
argument,
pattern is that for
mm,
more human rights over time. And so even if they were wrong thousands of years ago, the trend would still be for more human rights. And so the trend, if you look at the trend even thousands of years ago, it would lead to the same conclusion.
yeah, for thousands of years, people actually
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
considered
god!
gay
Stop!
marriage.
Stop! 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 So for millions of years ago, there were dinosaurs. Millions of years ago, the temperature was very, very hot, and
Okay.
the temperature was changing over time. It was increasing. Temperature of the sun is increasing,
Mm,
even though it goes down every winter.
okay.
The trend is the same. So even
Mm,
though it was very hot in the past, the trend was the same. So thousands of years ago, even
okay.
though they believed something different, the trend was the same. There is no difference in the trend.
Okay. Okay, you're using the stock market argument, because
What?
in a stock market, a trend is dependent on demand and supply.
No,
In
no,
your
no, no, no.
argument,
This has
what is the
nothing to do with
trend
the stock
depends on?
market. This has to do with a consistent pattern. Through all human history, from the very beginning of human
Mm,
history, morality has begun to go from less rights to more rights. If you follow that pattern all the way to the end, it leads to the exact same
mm,
place every time. The fact that at one point they disagreed on rights doesn't matter. The trend
mm.
was the same at all points.
Okay, I understand your argument. Let us take the trend for last thousands of years. So, how would people who lived in the beginning of the trend taken their moral values?
People, if the
They don't.
beginning of the
They don't
trend
have any.
wouldn't have had any data, they just would have had a
Mm.
single point. So they wouldn't have had a trend.
Okay, so what is their moral values based on?
They would not have an evidence. So they just have to make it up. If you don't have evidence, you just have to make it up. So like if you have a single data
Make it up
point,
means
no, stop. So if you have a
it is
graph,
dependent on moral intuition,
stop
right?
talking. If you have a graph and you have a single point in the middle of the graph, you have nothing to go off of. You can draw a line in any direction. You have nothing to go off of. So what they would go off of, I don't care. Because right now we have a very big graph with lots of evidence. What they would think, we don't care. But now we have very good evidence.
Okay, so you are saying moral progress is dependent on moral intuition.
Moral intuition and the changes in it is what the definition of moral progress is.
Okay, so that moral intuition is dependent on what? Like, from where did they get that moral intuition? Is it a natural process,
Yeah,
or like
really, it's
they
a
get it
natural
from a?
process.
Okay, so the first thing is, why would natural process give the same intuition for all human beings? The
Because
second
it's
thing
caused
is,
by an objective
I
feature of
give.
nature. That would be why. That would answer the question.
Oh, okay. So there are studies which proves that chemical changes in the brain can change your moral judgments, moral values, so on and so
Clearly,
forth.
so
So if that's the
can
case,
a
I gave
screwdriver.
you an example of.
That doesn't.
Yeah, I gave you an
That's
example
not a
of.
counterexample of the morality. That's just irrelevant.
Okay, then I will give you an example. Let's take the trend of last thousands of years. And then let's consider people took some vaccine 400 or 500 years back, and then their moral values changed. It went the opposite side
Yeah,
after
if it
that.
went the
For last
opposite
400
direction, that
years,
would be
Sorry, what?
different evidence. It's irrelevant, though. It didn't happen.
no, it is happening, because
No,
we
it's not.
for thousands of years people considered gay marriage to be wrong. Now the people are fighting for gay marriage. So
That's
for
not a change.
next
That's
300
following the
years,
same
gay marriage.
pattern. That's following the same pattern. There's no consistent. It's not like a different direction.
But Anesh, for thousands of years, they followed a book written by men that they said was from God. Now that people are falling
That
away from this book, we understand that gay marriage is moral. Do you understand?
Okay, so what if people after 100 years they get some other reason to go against this belief, and then the trend goes up again? There
Like
could be
what?
thousands of reasons to have some moral
Sure,
belief.
that is true about every belief ever. Belief is just being convinced in something.
No, because we are talking about specific moral judgments like gay marriage,
Can
and
you
for
give me
thousands.
an example where that's not the case, where it
Okay,
wouldn't be up
people.
to change?
Okay, people have been killed for same-sex marriage and gay marriage in several countries throughout history. Okay, so
That is evil.
uh, yeah, okay. For starting from the 21st century, for 400 500 years, gay marriage will be considered as normal, and the
Yep.
trend will change. So it's totally opposite side,
Yep.
going towards opposite side. So what
It
about those
was
people who?
they were doing
Uh,
something immoral. They were judging people for just existing. And now that religion, a superstition, is going
yeah,
away, we are now being more moral. We're allowing
yeah, that's
people
what
to
I'm
get
saying.
married who are gay.
Starting from 21st century, the trend changes. But what about those people who lived from 15th century to the 20th century?
They're wrong.
They are
They were doing
no,
something
not
immoral.
they are wrong. If they had taken the trend, if they had taken the trend as evidence, they would have found out 500 years before them had the same trend.
Wait,
They
wait,
So
wait,
all
wait.
actually
So your
rejected gay
argument
marriage.
is insanely stupid. If you're only using the only thing you're considering is gay marriage, that's it. No other considerations. Then yes, they
No,
would
I'm
consider.
just giving an
Stop
example.
talking. Stop talking. If you're only using the data point of gay marriage and you have 500 years where everybody thinks gay marriage is immoral, then you would conclude that gay marriage is objectively immoral. But if you look at everything, slavery rights, humans' rights, women's rights, animal rights, uh, workers' rights, every aspect of humanity, and you look at the trend in every aspect of moral humanity, you realize it's all going in the same direction. So the change from the view on gay marriage to be more accepting of it is following the trend of everything else is following. And so the fact that it changed after the other ones changed is not a deviation. It's a continuation of the same pattern that's been happening for tens of thousands of years. There's no deviation there. It's all following the exact same pattern. Now, if one day magically a bunch of humans started saying we're going to eat babies because we all want to eat babies, that would be a deviation in the trend where we're constraining human rights instead of enabling them. It just hasn't happened. And if that did happen, that would be evidence against the model. It just hasn't happened. So there is no evidence against the model.
No, but moral values are like for each. Particularly we will have to say which moral. You cannot, say okay, gay rights it's separate, and then there is some other thing which is separate. Killing babies is wrong, but killing, hunting animals for food is right. So we will have to differentiate animals from human beings.
No,
Likewise, we
no,
will
no, no.
have
Killing
to
animals is
have.
wrong. Killing animals is wrong too. We have animal rights now.
But but if you study evolution without killing animals, we would not have survived.
We don't care. It's still immoral. The fact that we wouldn't have survived doesn't make it moral. It's a naturalistic fallacy. As humanity
fact,
progresses, we kill animals less, and we see killing
No,
animals as wrong.
but if you kill
agree.
plants, plants are living beings too. They have
They're not
pain
conscious. We don't care.
recipients as well. So you can only eat rocks and sand if
We don't
we
care if
will have
things
to
are
eat
wrong.
something which is
They're not conscious. That's what makes it
no
moral. They're not conscious.
no.
I thought you
It's
were going
not
to make
alive.
the plant argument, but now we're just eating
No,
rocks and sand.
no. Plants can feel pain, right? They have 3 sense or something. Pain
Emitting
recipients or something.
pheromones is not the same as feeling pain.
Yeah, they don't
No,
have a
but
nervous system that would allow them. They may have
but
rudimentary things like I've seen studies. They can emit a screech if they're being cut, but that doesn't mean they actually have a nervous system in which they can feel pain when they're being cut.
so your argument is based on if someone can feel the pain, then it is immoral.
I would say that is a component, but
Then
my question. This is what I mean to you. What is your standard of morality? And is one of those objective statements killing babies is always evil?
no, for my morality comes from revelation. You know, I don't believe in. We
So you made
believe
it
in
up.
something called fitra, and fitra is the argument which is similar to what T-jump is bringing. We have some innate disposition of moral values. So we call it as fitra in Arabic, which means God has already given those. It's like a software, installed software, and
So
also God,
familiar
yeah.
with Revelation, but I also just want to know also, is one of those revealed objective moral statements, it's always
Mm.
wrong to kill babies?
No, that's what I'm
No.
saying. It will never go against. It will never go against the fitra because God, the one who installed fitra, is the one who is giving the revelation. So it will
Okay.
always be. Nah, it will always be. It will always correlate with our fitra. Yeah, that's why we couldn't find anything which is against our. Otherwise, people would have objected to the revelation. We couldn't find anyone objecting to
Can you
some
give an
specific more.
example, maybe, like of an objective moral statement from your theistic morality?
Yeah, objective marriage statements is marrying, like having sexual intercourse outside marriage is bad. Having alcohol is bad. Maybe it's good for family, strong family structure. Like Daniel Hakikatu would argue. He had a debate
I
with T
mean,
Jump.
these all just
So
sound like subjective arguments that come from a brain.
no, subjective means people don't have any kind of they can go out and do anything. They don't have to restrict themselves
Yes, it
to a
means it
certain,
comes
yeah.
from a brain. It was just made up arbitrarily, is the specific
No, subject. I told you we have a fitra. We can make subjective judgment as well. We already have a fitra which actually gives us the ability to know which one is right and wrong. And
But
also above that, some people they may go beyond the fitra. So God has given us a revelation saying, don't go beyond this. Do
so
this and don't do
basically,
that.
because a dude said that you shouldn't have gay marriage, you're saying it's wrong.
Because we have the ability to kill people for innocent people, but God said you have the ability to do that, but don't do that. Likewise, if we have sexual desire or something, we can have do it with the same sex or maybe, but God says don't do that. We have created men and women for a certain purpose, so go through that way, don't go away from the right path.
Sure. And that was just the opinion of some god. It, though, is the opinion of some
No,
man,
no.
because we know how the Quran was written by
No, it's
Muhammad
it's it's
scribes.
not an opinion. It's not an opinion. It's like a
It
video
is.
game. If you're playing a video game, you the software developer he makes the rules. Okay, so if you go right, you will win. If you go left, you will lose. So the developer has made the rules. You can either follow or maybe it's up to you. If you follow it, you will complete the task. If you don't follow it, the task is a failure.
Okay, once again, those are just arbitrary rules, right? They're made up by a mind.
No, not made up by mind. These rules only applicable to this particular beings living in a particular universe. So it's like a video game. A developer who's developing a video game, he creates certain rules for GTA 5. If you take GTA 5, there are certain
Didn't we
rules
literally
and
have this
Okay.
argument last time?
Please, Inesh, name me a video game that wasn't made by a mind.
no, I am saying it
No,
is a
we
mind.
literally had this argument last time. We're not going to rehash old territory, please. Come on.
No, he asked me a question. That's why I answered.
Well, it just seems very silly. All of this is just your opinion. You know,
It's,
saying it
it's
was
not my
revealed to you doesn't make it any better.
then how? No, something is revealed to me. If you can prove that this is revealed by a being outside, first of all we'll have to prove there is a being, like, then we will have to come to the conclusion that this scripture specifically is a revelation from that being. Then the third comes the belief in that revelation. You cannot directly go to the belief in the revelation. Okay, there are people can have faith due to different reasons. Some people, they find mathematical miracles in the Quran, some structures. Due to that, people like Shabir Ali, they have found, they said it is beyond any human ability to create such a book. And there
Okay,
are
and what
people.
was revealed to you? How was it revealed to you?
Those guys are idiots. They don't know what is humanly possible. They're just deluded to think that their
That
special
too.
magical book
Yeah,
by
okay,
their magic sky
okay, yeah,
daddy.
they may not.
Shush.
Yeah, they just made shit up.
Yeah, they made shit up. So they are deluded to think that their magical holy book is special when it's not. That's all it is. There's nothing
Okay,
special about
okay.
the
So
book.
you are making all these arguments using your reasoning ability. Is evolution obliged to give you the reasoning ability that you have now?
Yes.
How can you prove that? Evolution doesn't have to give you the reasoning ability that you have.
Evolution selects for truth. We already discovered that. We debunked that.
No,
argument.
cockroach doesn't do math and science, but
Yes, they do.
cockroach still survive.
Yeah. So
Again,
evolution
Yeah,
selects for
so-
survivability. You're done.
I don't
No,
know what's
ev-
with the insulting other animals. Cockroaches are animals. They have brains,
Yeah,
and
but-
minds, they're conscious.
Okay, they don't have the rational ability that we human beings.
How do you
you
know
know?
that?
So, how do you know? Scientist says it that
Oh,
like
really?
they-
Link me a
scientists?
paper that says cockroach
they're
has
saying
no
octopus-
rational thinking. Please.
Yeah, they're saying octopus is as intelligent as a maybe 15 or 3-year-old baby or something.
Yes,
So
an
the similar
octopus
way,
is highly smart.
Yeah.
Highly intelligent.
so the certain animals, they are saying that is the most intelligent animal or something, and then dolphins, they are more intelligent than octopus or something. But
Yes. So guess what that means?
don't-
Evolution selects for intelligence. Congratulations.
Exactly.
why it selects
High
it?
school biology.
Yeah, why it selects it?
What?
What is natural law? What is natural law is based on?
What?
What is natural law? This thing that I made up. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what is natural law? What is it based on? Like you cannot
It's
define
made
what is
up.
natural law. You just find a mechanical pattern and then you are just saying that's law, natural law. You don't know what natural law is. You just find
Nope.
it through mathematical patterns. No, have you
Wait, what
watched
is
the
your
video
argument?
with
It doesn't make a difference. Like there can be laws that govern for intelligence. That's perfectly fine. It doesn't need to be designed by anything. It could be random. It randomly selects for intelligence, and that's fine. You still get intelligence. You keep being confused
could
by
have
this
been some-
idea that like evolution can't do anything because it's not intentional. Evolution doesn't need to be intentional. It can do things just fine randomly and give us all intelligence randomly, and that's just fine.
Okay, why it gave just 2 eyes? Why not 3 eyes, 4 eyes, or 5 eyes? Why
cares?
every human being has 2 eyes? Why the ability to reproduce? Why
Who
for
cares?
everything we can ask why this much? Why not that
And
much?
there's an answer for that because the environment necessitated it. You could ask why is there 2 and why is there 4? Because
Okay,
that
so the
model tends
okay,
to work. Do you understand? Can I ask? Could you visualize why 3 legs hasn't been selected for? Can you just from a physics
okay, you told me the
from an
environment
engineering perspective, maybe we could think about
I
this.
think there's like some.
Okay, you
some
said the
fish that
environment
have
necessity.
3.
So you can have, in fact, insects have 6 and spiders have 8, but there are reasons if you look at the environment why things get selected, why
Okay.
flight has been selected for, because it's highly successful, and even though it comes from a single family, a single mutation.
Okay, you are not getting my point. You said the environment necessitated or something, right? Hello.
What is necessitated?
No, you said when I asked you why we have only 2 eyes, why not 3? What was the answer?
The answer is it depends on the environment and the situation. As in, you can look at an insect, they have compound eyes. They have a completely different system than our eye, and yet it works.
Okay, that's where my question arises, because you are saying the environmental situation. My question is, who has written the law that if this is the environmental situation, the outcome should be this one?
Nature, physics.
Yeah, just like gravity.
Yeah.
You're asking who set that.
Okay.
So,
Let
so the
us
argument's
see.
just about how energy is being distributed. For like the eye thing, like the amount of like a lot of animals put a lot of energy into their sight because sight's really important for their survival. Humans put a lot of energy into their brain because their brain is really important for survival. It's just going to be what's more advantageous for them to survive.
Okay, have you seen this debate between Abdullah Al-Andalusi and Matt Dillahunty, where Abdullah Al-Andalusi actually brought a point saying that if we come to the ultimate necessity, and then the ultimate necessity to start and create something, it must make a choice.
No, that's wrong. He's an
If
idiot.
it doesn't
Nope,
make a choice,
wrong. Nope. No, there's no choices. There's no choices in
no.
physics. Nobody in physics accept that. He's an idiot. He doesn't understand basic physics. So nobody in physics
Okay,
thinks
okay, okay.
anything created anything made a choice.
Let me explain the argument. Let me explain the argument, Tijam. What he says is, if there is no choice, then that ultimate necessity is subjected to some other law prior to it, which forces it to be created, which forces it to create. So it
he's
is
an
not the
idiot.
ultimate necessity.
Stop. That's so stupid. That guy is a dumbass. If it's based on a choice, that makes it subjective. For it to be objective, it has to be not based on a choice. So he's got it backwards. God is subjective because it's based on a choice. Not God, like a law of physics, is objective because it's not based on a choice. For it to be objective, has to have no choice involved.
No. Okay, if there is no choice involved and it created extended creation, then it must be dependent on some other law which forces it to be in that way.
No, it doesn't. If it's subjective, it has to be dependent on another law. If it's not subjective, that means it doesn't have to be dependent on anything else.
And Anesh,
Okay,
can I ask you what your model is? Can I just ask, like, God, the difference between tigers and lions, how did they come about on Earth?
Tigers and lions, how it is come about on Earth?
Yeah, what system do you have?
No, like we believe that God created several creatures throughout the universe. Some creation from fire, some creation from. So He created us from like some mud or something, and then He gave us the soul. There are several verses regarding that, but I don't know the exact process how God created them.
No, she asked you about tigers and lions. How did they come about?
Fire and mud, bro. Fire and mud.
Fire and mud. There we go.
No, I don't know how tigers and lions came about. I'm not a zoologist.
Do you see all of the complex answers that we can give you to your questions? But when it comes to just the difference between lions and tigers, we don't get anything.
No, I'm actually talking about the ultimate necessity. I don't know why you're talking about tigers and lions. I'm talking about the beginning of, because we all have to come to the conclusion of ultimate necessity to avoid infinite regress.
So if your method can't distinguish between something as simple as tigers and lions, why do you think such a garbage method should be applied to the fundamental nature of reality? If your garbage method can't do tigers and lions, it can do nothing.
No, what are you asking about tigers and lion? I don't even get the question.
So because it's about evolution, right? Because like whatever ultimate necessity there is, it doesn't rule out that evolution could just be how life came about. Like at the very bottom of the rabbit hole, the Big Bang could just be caused by some god. He wanted it that way. You got to cope about it. He just wanted it this way for whatever reason it had, and then boom, it was this way, and life came about through abiogenesis and diversified afterwards. You wouldn't be arguing about evolution.
Yeah, we know there is a process, mechanical process for the entire thing, but we are talking about the creator of that process. Why that process in a particular way? Why not some other way? And then if you argue about necessitarianism, then there are several arguments again that kind of view as well. Because mathematically there are
When you say we know, what is it that gets you to you know? What methodology are you using to claim you know?
The claim you mean like similar to I know therefore I am?
Yes. If you know that this is all done because of Allah caused it, how do you know that?
No, that's what I'm saying. For that, because we came to this planet, we don't know what's happening. We get a certain age, 17, 18, we start to think how we came into being, so on and so forth. And then we see someone saying that this is a scripture, and then we will find out whether there's any reason to believe in that. So there are several reasons. People may find, people who lived in the 7th and 8th century, they actually believed in the messenger due to the moral arguments, because he's teaching racism. People were having slaves and treating people badly. So that's enough proof for them, because people have innate disposition of belief that there must be a superpower. There is a superpower, I mean supernatural being. Like it has been studied as well. Like in a debate between Daniel Akikoto and Arun Ra, recently he proved that point. That
So let me make sure I understand you correctly. So you're answering me that you know that all this is because Allah caused it. You're basing that
No,
on
I came to this conclusion. Yeah, I came to this conclusion because I studied the scripture deep because of the mathematics. There's a mathematical structure in this scripture which could not have been from a human being. So I studied that pattern.
Okay, let's talk about that. Hang on. You said scripture, right? So how did the words of the scripture get put on paper?
No, because paper got nothing to do with it. The revelation came and then people memorized it. It's more of an oral tradition. We are not dependent on papers.
Right. So that's the root of it comes from one person having this quote unquote a revelation, right? So would you say all this is based on one human being's subjective opinion and experience that this came from Allah? Is that what you're holding all this to be?
No. That's what I'm saying, because we are getting the revelation and then people they have several reasons. One is he's predicting something, this will happen, and that thing is happening. For example, Prophet Muhammad, he said we will conquer both Roman and Persian Empire, and they were just 300 people fighting against the Meccan tribes, and the people were laughing at them. Are you gonna with 300 people are you gonna invade both Persian and Roman Empire? But within 200 years after his death, the thing had happened. So many people, they actually accepted Islam after that, and there are several. It's not a small prediction. It's like people in Palestine, they're saying
I'm
they're saying we
sorry.
are going
You
to
say
conquer
many
both Russia and
people
America.
converted. Was it many
Yeah.
people converted because they were forced to convert?
No, it's not. There have been some
No. They were
forced
happy.
conversion. No. There have been some forced conversion because of the Mongolian Muslims, because they were converted. They converted from Mongolian tradition to Islam. So obviously, it is they've done some conversion, not the Arabs.
This seems like something entirely human possible and nothing God inspired. I don't understand why that would be.
Maybe next week I will provide you with a mathematical proof from the argument Shabir Ali brought for Quran.
All right.
Because even if one verse had been removed or changed, the entire structure will collapse. So Shabir Ali says this could not have been from any human being.
Again, that's just
Because
delusion.
the
That's just delusion. So you can add and subtract a lot, and it was added and subtracted a lot by the guy who combined them all and then burned them. So there's absolutely nothing special about the Quran. No scholars in any linguistic field found anything special about the Quran at all. There's nothing special about it.
You know Dr. Keatmore?
No scholar in any field found anything special with the Quran. There's nothing special about it. Nobody takes it seriously. No linguists.
I can show you.
You can't.
I can show you at least 1,000 testimonial videos of scholars, scientists who are converted.
You can't.
Yeah.
There's nobody in any academic field. Noam Chomsky, who actually the father of universal linguistics, nothing special about the Quran. Nobody making any progress in the field thinks there's anything special. It's a garbage book. Harry Potter is more special.
You're talking about modern people who are atheist scientists,
the
and then
academic
expecting them
experts in the
to.
field who make all of the progress in the field. Nobody thinks it's special.
No.
The people who are the most
We have
educated. Nobody thinks
academic
it's special.
scientists.
No, you have nothing. You have nothing. We don't care. Next.
We have academic scientists in the Arab world as well.
No, you don't. Nobody in the Arab world is making any progress.
They believe
Nobel prizes. Nobel prizes by Muslims account for less than 2. There's 2 Nobel prizes from Muslims. You're not making any progress.
No,
you know
Nobel.
Nothing.
Nobel Prize is a prize given in the Western world to
Nope,
Western
nope, wrong.
academics.
That's an excuse
Acad-
made by
uh,
Muslims because they can't win any because they have
you
no idea what they're doing. Nobel Prizes are given to
no.
anybody in the world who can make actual progress in the field. Muslims don't make any progress in the field. They are the least
Okay,
educated of
I know.
Almost
everybody.
like religion gets in the way or something.
Because Muslim countries have been getting bombed for last 200 years
Nope.
by
No, it's because
countries
Muslims
like.
do not have the scientific progress necessary to get a Nobel Prize.
Correct.
But
I will agree
you know,
that things like the 1953 coup in Iran will make backwards progress, right? It will revert some of the progress that's been made, but that doesn't
okay.
change the fact that Islam as a whole stands in the way in direct contravention to scientific progress.
Oh, okay. Are you aware of the golden era of Islamic civilization of
Yes,
Al-Andalus?
and all of the major
Back then?
advancements made were made in spite of religion, not because of it.
Correct.
Are you aware back then Europe was in dark age?
Doesn't make a difference. They're not now.
But they were back then. So back
Back
then,
then, it
when
doesn't
some
make a
people,
difference.
Muslims
Islam
might be.
banned math and science and fell behind everybody. Today, Islam is the most backward, the most uneducated, the most useless ideology, which is why they make no Nobel Prizes.
Yeah,
Talking about the
according to
past,
your
makes no difference. We
according
don't
to your
care about the
subject.
past.
No, then the future they may come. The future they may get educated and they may come into the
Yeah, when
field
that
of
happens,
science.
then you can complain. Until then, you have nothing.
Yeah.
Right now, you have nothing.
No, I don't have that to happen. That got nothing to do with my arguments.
Islam is the only Abrahamic religion that has not undergone a reform yet.
Yeah, because after the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, Muslims countries.
Because they're backwards.
Yeah, the Saudi Arabia was given to that family, Saudi family, and then there are several other countries which has been divided, and since then it is under the.
Next, JCC, what do you got for
Yes,
us?
that's the problem. What's up, JCC?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I came up here because I want to ask a fellow atheist a question. When I converse with theists, they claim that atheists do not know we exist. Like we don't know that when we look at our hands, we're actually looking at our hands, and we cannot claim that we know 2 + 2 = 4 because we don't have the grounding of the one substantial creator God. How do you come back to that?
Anybody can make up an ultimate grounds. I can say there is a magical ultimate potato, and it gives me grounds to know everything. Therefore, I know. And that would be equivalent to saying there's a magic sky daddy, and it gives me grounds to know. Simply asserting that you have grounds isn't evidence of anything.
Also, its
Right, I
ability to
agree.
jump from philosophy to physics, I think, is a problem. And so, no physicist. Well, there are physicists that may be looking for terminology similar, but generally speaking, we are in a causal universe using causality.
I agree, and I use reality as my grounding. Like anything that comports with the reality is true. Therefore, anything that's I'm comporting with the reality, I am part of reality. I exist. Therefore, it's true. I exist. So, and they say I can't use that. It's just so ridiculous.
There's another thing I see in presuppositional circles, which is if you have any sort of skepticism, they take that to mean that you can't know anything. And so they're not saying, can you know a God exists or why don't you believe in God? They are actually asking you, is a God impossible?
Something else that I think is interesting pertaining to that is they will also cling to, I don't know if there's an actual word for it, but I'll just call it synchronisms, like something happens, therefore they believe it's God due to the circumstances. Like the easiest example of that is, let's say you walk under a ladder past a black cat and then take the last cookie out of the cookie jar when you're not supposed to and you stub your toe. Right? A Christian will say, "Oh, well, you were being punished for," or a Muslim or whoever, "you were being punished for taking the last cookie jar. Thou shalt not steal," whatever. Whereas somebody who's just arbitrarily superstitious will say, "Oh, you walked past a black cat under a ladder," even though the exact same events happen with the exact same outcome of you taking the cookie and stubbing your toe. They attribute different causes to that outcome because of the circumstances that led up to it, even though they have absolutely nothing to do with the outcome.
Also, theists, come and prove you're God. I don't know. Last call was pretty good, but I'm looking for, the precept, the 6,000-year-old. the precept is often a 6,000-year-old theist. However, they don't defend their own beliefs, and so.
All right, Amy, I will prove to you that the Earth is flat.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so if you look out at the ocean, right? Look out at the ocean. It's not fizzy, right? There maybe sure there's some carbonated water naturally somewhere on Earth, but if your soda is 99.9% flat and 0.1% fizzy, do you call it a fizzy soda?
That's
No, it's
true.
flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Gosh darn it. It's true. And salty. The worst soda ever. But yeah.
I'm very glad savory sodas aren't a thing. Like pies can be sweet and savory, soda no.
Yeah, meats, savory, your soda, you might not want it to be.
I'll just get like a BLT flavored soda. That exists, by the way.
And again, anything bacon. That's right, Jews and Muslims, we can eat bacon.
Well, that's not really an insult to them,
my
because Muslims
goodness.
believe that pigs are the dirtiest animals on the planet.
I know how to end the Israeli-Palestine war. We need to go to a deli. Quickly.
Yeah, well, okay, ready? I'm going to sum up the Israeli-Palestine conflict or really the Israeli-Hamas conflict in 7 words. Hamas bad, Israel bad, war crimes bad. Easy. Oh, I guess it makes it 8 words, so because I added easy at the end.
I can simplify it even more. Side with civilians.
Yeah, and it's funny because they'll be like, oh, well, aren't you LGBT? Palestinians would execute you. I'm like, even my worst enemies deserve basic human rights.
One day, there won't be any religion, or there'll be minimal religion, because, it never almost goes away completely.
Important question.
But what's that?
I'm making mac and cheese. Do I want white cheddar or pepper jack?
What if I say both?
That is a great answer.
It's cheese. You can't have too much, right?
Well, I'm lactose intolerant. I don't really care.
Hello, I just wanted to say, use pepper jack.
Oh, you're cutting out a little bit, friend.
Wizard.
Use pepper jack.
Pepper jack it is.
We're solving high-hitting questions tonight.
I mean, arguably the cheese question is more than any theist question.
Look, theology, I think, is not hard. I don't know. It all seems like bad arguments to me. They always ask us sometimes they ask us, like, what's your favorite theistic argument? I don't know if there's really a good answer for that. Maybe the more deistic ones, because they kind of use your brain a little bit more than the Earth was 6 days old or 6,000 years old, which is off by 99%.
Only 99%?
Only 99%. But they're like, it's a big number. Come on.
Take those odds.
But if someone said, I'm putting $6,000 in your bank account, or someone said, I'm putting $4.5 billion in your bank account, I think there would be a small difference.
Yeah, well, I think it's funny that Anish earlier was talking about how, it's impossible for them to guess 4 billion years old. It's like, no, it's not. Have you ever heard of a lottery ticket?
Well, they also get all the other stuff wrong. It's cool you said 4 billion for one thing, but they're like 80 trillion or something horribly wrong for the age of the universe.
Yeah,
And
I don't remember what, but I think the Vedas actually did make a good prediction. I don't remember what it was, but I just remember there being one somewhere I'd have to find. But it's oddly convenient that the religious texts always match the scientific knowledge they have at the time.
Also, you should not be prejudiced towards Christian, Jews, or Muslim, but all their holy texts are silly. Like,
oh no, I hate all religion. I don't care.
The Quran is just a third of it. The more I read, the more is him bitching. It's just everyone not believing him and him going, yeah, well, you're gonna burn. You're gonna burn. That's like a third of the book.
So what you're saying is Muhammad was a snowflake.
He was. They all are.
Actually, Jesus was pretty chill if he was like an actual person.
Well, depends
Like I could
on
see
which version of Jesus we're looking at, but I get
that's
you.
true. I could see Jesus taking a fat bong rip or something.
You know, I'm not a big fan of hell. So, like, it's almost like they have a good cop, bad cop. They have, like, a guy talking on the sermon, and then
What is
there's a
this?
guy. What
Oh, is this a
is
child?
up? Yeah, I think this is a child. But, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Are we allowed to have 18 minors?
I think as long as they're within Discord TOS at 13 or older. Hey, Riley, kid, how old are you?
I can't hear you. My mic is from Macintosh.
Next.
Macintosh is a good company, or at least Mac's a good company.
World's oldest Andrew Tate fan.
Your God doesn't exist. You know, the church pews are emptying, so they may just be doing a different thing.
Pepper jack was a great choice. I'm gonna get a piece of garlic naan to dunk in my mac and cheese.
Like Parmesan. Well, and everything. Maybe not on cereal.
Oh, I wish I had some like crispy breadcrumbs I could put on top or something, but I don't right now. I'm too busy to go to the store and get some.
And having cheesy garlic, what the fuck? Croutons. There we go.
Ooh, that would be good.
I think I can do an everyone call. Try doing it again.
Yeah, you know what's great is Aldi. Like they have German sweets, and German sweets are way better than American sweets in my opinion because they're not so sickly sweet.
So I kind of like too much milk chocolate.
Yeah, milk chocolate's fine, but I mean like if you get like a candy bar versus like a Jaffa cake or like a buttered cookie with some dark chocolate on it, difference is night and day.
Oh my goodness, I could do both an everyone and a tag at the Atheist Call-In show. This is amazing. All right, gave a call out. Come on, Theist, one and all, come join the show. Tell us why your omnipotent God drowning babies is actually super moral.
Well, that's another one. They say that the word of God isn't his nature, but his actions are. So his actions of killing 99.9% of life on Earth is moral?
And that is what I always get, is that they're like, well, he didn't kill everybody.
Yeah, neither did the Permian-Triassic extinction event.
Yeah, neither did, like, the Saw villain or, like, any other villain in a movie, generally speaking. They don't get to kill everybody.
Hitler didn't kill
Your Honor,
literally everyone.
Yeah, Your Honor, I only killed one person, but Ted Bundy killed way more, so I should be let go.
See? What's up, Mr. Biscuit?
What's up, gang? Just enjoying this theist delusion.
Yes, it's a good one.
Amy, you should ping Mr. Batman and Darth Dawkins.
My goodness. I wish they would join. Generally speaking, they don't, because Darth does.
Yeah, they're cowards.
Yes, that was the word. Can I just say, T-Jump, after you and I very specifically remember calling him a coward over and over for presuppositionalism, which that is my true feeling, how I feel about that tactic. But he is less of a precept now, or so I've been told.
Who?
He's issued apologies to people. J. Robin.
Oh,
He used to be like a Darth underling. And so, good job, Jay Robin. I don't know if it's like a liberal Christianity or whatever, but as long as it's not being an asshole, that's
His severe head injury probably got better.
I just don't know what about presupposition that makes people be assholes. Even Kent Hovind has a personality. In between beating his wife, he has a personality.
And going to prison for tax fraud. Don't forget that.
Oh, sovereign citizens. They think we can know.
But the Bible doesn't say I have to pay my taxes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he takes in all that tax-free money from his cult land.
You know what's funny is all the preachers and politicians and pundits all seem to conveniently forget the verse that says a rich man will have an easier time fitting a camel through an eye of a needle than they will getting into the gates of heaven.
Kay and Peele has a good skit on that.
I don't think I've ever seen a bad Key and Peele skit.
That is also true. God comes down. They're like, oh, they're in a Bible group, and all of a sudden he comes down, the white light and everything, and they're like, oh my God, what can we do for you, my Lord and Savior? And he's like, it's simple: sell all your belongings, leave your family, and follow me. And they're like, okay, all your belongings though, like, oh, and
That's unironically something in the book of Mark where Jesus told a rich man that his wealth and worldly possessions were getting in the way of his relationship with the Lord, and he should sell all of his possessions and go into asceticism. Ascetism? I don't know, whatever the word is, to be an ascetic.
But I will say, as nice as that sounds, that is a cult leader. Like, I get that we all want to give charity, but if they include leaving your family and then following them forever, putting that out there. We should give to charity, but you don't need to sell all of your stuff and follow a very specific man, even if he has long hair.
And we also shouldn't pretend that charity is the best way to get necessities to people in need.
Well,
Jesus didn't have long hair. Jesus looked like Morgan Freeman. End of discussion.
Jesus was a woman.
as long as he sounded like Morgan Freeman and looked like a woman, then I'm on board.
Yeah, imagine when you go to hell, you're scolded
Okay.
by Morgan Freeman's voice every day. Sounds like heaven to me.
It's terrible. Oh no. That's like, so your time in hell is narrated by Morgan Freeman. You just hear this narration of what's happening.
And that wouldn't be too bad.
I mean, Morgan
Then he
Freeman's
was
kind of
led
dumb, but his
into the
voice is
dark
nice.
room.
As long as Satan is tall, dark, and handsome, I'll be okay.
Hey, T-Jump, if your time in hell was narrated by Morgan Freeman, would that make the experience better or worse?
Is Morgan Freeman a hot blonde?
See,
Oh,
we
yikes.
think alike, T-Jump. We think alike.
If there was a hot blonde who was like perfect in every way, except she has the voice of Morgan Freeman, would you still is that still something?
I think that might be an improvement. It might be even hotter.
Wow.
Listen,
So if you meet her on the blind date, she sits down and she starts talking, and it's just Morgan Freeman's voice.
Mr.
That's
Biscuit, what we've
wifey
learned
material.
is that everything gets better with Morgan Freeman. I don't think there's anything
Everything
wrong with that.
he can only make the situation better.
Only make the situation
Except
better,
racism.
exactly.
What if every she's perfect in every way? She doesn't sound like Morgan Freeman, but for 1 hour, right at midnight, she becomes Morgan Freeman. Like she
Just like a
looks like him.
Like a Shrek and Fiona kind of thing?
Yeah, like don't pull down the covers at midnight.
That would be awesome.
'Cause you'll see
That would be
Morgan
awesome.
Freeman.
I
Morgan?
would make a camera. We'd have camera footage every night. Put it on Twitch. It'd be great.
And ruin the real Morgan Freeman's career. He's like,
I
sir,
would
what are you
have
doing
them
with
fight
T-Jump?
crime. I feel like that's the obvious answer. But
You know what that makes me think of is when with CD Projekt Red, I had to keep going after the cyberpunk community because I kept making mods to let them have sex with Keanu Reeves. That wasn't part of Keanu Reeves' contract.
Listen, we probably just captured him, doing his day to day. That's what the John Wick series is, just watching Keanu Reeves go about his normal day. I'm pretty sure. Jamie,
So what do you
fact
guys,
check
how
that.
do you guys feel about like Eastern philosophical religions like Taoism and whatever?
Yes. Yes. I think the Great Schism like negatively affected Christianity because the Eastern Orthodox kind of went east, and then the Catholicism took over the West, and they kind of completely lost track of participatory forms of knowledge because Aristotle was reintroduced to Europe during that time period. And I think that was very, very as great of a mind as Aristotle was. That was very, very bad to kind of graft on to the Christian experience. But yeah, I love the Eastern traditions.
They tend to be more friendly to us than the Abrahamic religions.
Mm-hmm.
So I am more open to being friends with pagans and Eastern religions, and
Taoism is pretty cool.
yeah,
It's just the way.
this is the way.
And that's what Jesus said he was, right? It's unfortunate that he's kind of become idolized when I think that he spent the majority of his life trying not to be idolized. He said, I'm the way. This is a practice. This is a way of being, right?
I have to say this once a podcast now, but there's a good chance that Jesus did not think that he was God. Only 3 Gospels reference him as being God, and John the last is the only one that has him saying, I am. So, good chance he didn't think he was actually God. That was created after.
What? Stuff in the Bible was just made up? What a crazy concept.
I know. God is just a very divergent gospel than the other 3.
Oh, did I tell you about my most recent discussion / debate, whatever you want to call it, with Mr. Batman?
So Mr. Batman is real? I thought you were just joking this whole time.
Oh,
No,
Mr.
he's real.
Batman is not only real, but he's a closeted preacher that has now been caught on the news basically screaming at people, including a lesbian couple, randomly, probably drunk. Who knows?
Yeah, so he was
Oh,
trying
wow.
to assert to me that society will make things illegal, like gay sex or premarital sex, because of the externalities of that, which would be like, unwed pregnancies and stuff like that. So I said, all right, so what does being gay have to do with unwanted pregnancies? Like, if anything, you should be happy because the people you don't like aren't reproducing.
Hmm.
And he wouldn't answer that. He just kept saying over and over again that society will make things illegal when they don't want them to happen. Like, that doesn't answer my question.
I think evolution
he's a
is going
coward,
to
so.
continue. We're going to have gay babies. It's going to be a thing now.
Mm-hmm. Fraternal birth order effect.
I've heard that like evolutionary pressures are like almost nil, especially like in Western countries. So like the enabling and selective constraints which make evolution possible are just so we've kind of insulated ourselves against those natural processes to where like we're either evolving extremely slowly or not at all. I mean, there's still like societal and cultural evolution because evolution just kind of means change. But
I'm blind, right, without glasses. So from an Oonga Boonga perspective, I would have died out a very long time ago because I can't see more than 3 inches in front of my face. But within a human society, we act in direct contravention of nature all the time. That's what I find hilarious about. Oh, sorry.
So nature is like, die, you can't see, die, and then you put on these glasses, you're like, fuck you. It's like we have all of these mechanisms for for
that's
overcoming what nature is trying to do.
That's why I find the evolutionary psychology perspective of Jordan Peterson hilariously stupid, because he's like, oh well, we men and women can't work in the same environment. We don't know what the rules are. But it's like, okay, well, and he tries to make these assertions that due to nature or whatever, like women wear makeup to simulate sexual arousal. But at the end of the day, we act directly against nature all the time. Otherwise, like middle school and high school would be a hormone fueled mess.
Yeah, that's the naturalistic fallacy.
That was actually like a
Yep.
decent Jordan Peterson impression.
Just gotta talk like Kermit, but I have a hard time doing a Kermit impression, so.
I gotta talk like Kermit with a mouthful of mac and cheese. That's a trick.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson says like, it's a hell of a lot more complicated than that.
Bucko.
He always says that. It's like, it's a hell of a lot more complicated than that. I've been thinking about this for a long time.
This is so bloody complicated. That is absurd.
I mean,
I love me some.
You need to do.
I love me some JP.
You need to do like a rap battle in the JP impression. Get a wig on. That would go viral.
Like, yo, check it out. I am the top of the dominance hierarchy of MCs.
Now you listen here, Bucko. Clean your room, bro. I don't know.
How are you going to battle me when your room is a disaster? Lobsters.
Trying to
Hey,
rhyme.
listen here, Bucko. You'll be dunzo like when I got prescribed benzos.
I think you would automatically lose the battle if you did a JP voice. I have a syllogism that proves God, and none of you are going to be able to resist it. So prepare to become theists live on the T-Jump channel. You ready?
Here we go.
Okay.
All right. So P1, everything. No, let me get through it because some of this might make you like laugh like it's absurd. But if you really think about it, right? So P1, everything which makes sense is a result of mind. P2, the universe makes sense. Conclusion, therefore, the universe is a result of mind. Which, of course, it's immediately valid. It's a modus ponens structure. Which of the premises is worthy of attack? Because if both the premises are true, then the conclusion is necessarily true.
Affirming
Obviously.
the consequent fallacy. So even though it's valid, it's unsound.
Okay, now challenge the soundness. What's
So you said
which premise
everything
is wrong?
that is what makes sense is a product of a mind.
Everything which makes sense is a result of mind.
Potatoes make sense, therefore potatoes are a result of mind.
That's correct, right? So
Yep.
Potatoes do not have the intrinsic property of intelligibility. Intelligibility implies intelligence. It presupposes an intelligent being in order to be intelligible.
So do you remember the rain example we were talking about earlier? Like if the grass is wet, like well, what would it be like? When it rains, the grass is wet. The grass is wet, therefore it rained, right?
No.
Okay, it's just so like
Transpiration is a thing.
Yeah. So if the grass is wet, it rained. The grass is wet, therefore it rained. Is valid, but not necessarily cogent or true.
Yeah, it's all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares.
Right. Yeah.
so, because there could be an alternative way. It could have like the sprinklers could have been on or something, right? And so even though the syllogism is valid, you can get an alternative solution. So like when you say all things that are understandable by the mind are products by the mind, that's false.
So what object do you think has the intrinsic property or the mind independent property of understandability? I don't think that makes sense.
Well, things can be understandable and not be products of minds. So there can be a thing that exists and you could understand it, but it not be a product of a mind. Just like the grass could
this
be
is
wet
actually
and not be a product of rain.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is a cup, for instance, does not have the intrinsic property of graspableness. Presumably, a praying mantis could not grasp the cup.
I don't know
right?
what you mean
so
by
graspableness
intrinsic.
is a transjective property. Intrinsic means belonging to it, regardless of the existence of anything else.
No,
I actually had a Muslim cite
wait,
hadiths to make this exact argument.
So I know what intrinsic means, but I don't know what it means for an object to have an intrinsic property of understandableness. That doesn't make any sense. Understandableness is a property of your brain and your brain's capabilities. And so things nothing has the intrinsic capability of being understood. It's your brain has enough processing power to be able to understand a thing.
There we
There's
go.
also the
So it's
observer effect.
I agree. So it's a transjective relationship, right? If there weren't a stop sign, there would be nothing to understand, and if there weren't my mind, there would be nothing there'd be nothing which does the understanding,
But Mr.
right?
Biscuit, can I ask you, do you think that things just didn't exist before minds existed?
Correct, because a thing is finite. So the
We
mind is responsible for dividing the universe into things.
so we know that to be demonstrably false.
Okay, yeah, demonstrate it to me. I can learn something.
Okay. 2 billion years ago is when the first conscious agents, as far as we can tell, came into existence. And so at least half of life, if not a little bit more, there were no conscious agents. I don't understand why you think conscious agents make sense of things. Like, a planet still existed regardless of whether there was a mind. We are the minority within the life of sphere. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's not a demonstration, that's an assertion. And while I can agree with a lot of what you
It's a
asserted there, I think it
fact.
misses the major point.
Well, I mean, the point is consciousness is not needed for anything to exist, unless you mean creation. A creator does need a creation. However, as far
But
as
that
we
just
can
begs the
tell, we're
question against the idealist. It's just
naturalizing.
another assertion.
Well, it's a fact. Do you have any facts to go counter to it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I mean, you're saying that it's a fact that consciousness is emergent. What is that? What
No,
is a fact
it
like
is
that
a
based on?
fact that it came into being 2 billion years ago, at least from this planet. 2 billion years ago, animals started to exist and you can have functional brains. But for 2.5 billion years, there were no minds and life was just chugging along quite fine.
So I'm not saying that minds create reality.
Is that what you're
I'm saying
saying?
that I'm saying that minds make sense of reality. So when minds began to develop, those minds made sense of an otherwise senseless universe in order to accomplish the chores of their biology, namely to feed, fight, flee, and to reproduce.
Wait, I'll
Sure.
push back because the objects may have acted differently if there were not conscious minds there to observe them.
The objects may have behaved differently.
Correct.
I don't know whether or not that's in question. I don't think that I would push back very strongly against that. But my thesis is that everything which makes sense is a result of a sense maker, namely a mind. And the universe makes sense, therefore the universe is a result of mind.
But this
What's the
feels
problem?
like a switch. Like, I will grant that minds, much of consciousness, the goal is making sense of the world, even though it gets that wrong.
No, I agree with you, Amy, that it seems like there's a switch because I just created this syllogism super recently, like yesterday. And so there may be some equivocation there that I'm not immediately aware of, but I'm trying to tease it out, I guess, because it seems like it works to me on first reading.
Well, at first it seemed like it was trying to make a syllogism for when you mean make sense, as in why the universe has any sense to it at all. But
I don't think the universe does have any sense. I think human beings need to make sense of the universe to accomplish the chores of our biology. So making sense is a selfish thing that humans do, and it's egocentrically rational to do such a thing. But it doesn't mean that the universe fundamentally or mind independently
but
makes sense.
our moon would be falling around the Earth, whether or not it makes sense to us. And so we go
But
out
that's an
and we
assertion that doesn't
discover
have any. That there couldn't even in
no,
principle be any
that
evidence
is
of what you just said.
Okay, Mr. Biscuit, are you
that's a
familiar with the
fact.
observer effect?
Hold on, just one last second.
Okay,
That's
sorry,
a
Amy.
fact. Oh, no, you're fantastic. That's a fact, and I don't know how you could present any evidence that it would be different. That gravity would just not exist without our brains. And see, that's
Gravity
why
is
you're going back
a
to, I think, the
description.
original.
Gravity is a codification of a human experience. Without that experience, there would be nothing to describe. So the fact that we can quantify the qualities of our experience makes no difference to what reality is about.
But once again, if every human on Earth, every thinking agent, if every animal were to die, the moon would still be here. It would still be orbiting Earth.
Yeah, no, that's just an assertion. I'm looking for evidence of that
But once
claim.
again, I don't think you know what assertion means. So I'm not debating that. I am explaining a fact to you. You would have to present evidence to why the moon would not be here when something unrelated like the mind would disappear. Do you understand how they have no connection, and so you'd have to prove some kind of connection?
If I said there is a colorless object that takes up no space and no time, would you say that I'm accurately describing the moon?
No.
Okay, so you understand that the majority of scientists consider shades and colors to
Do
be
you
secondary
think that the
properties which are
moon
created by
takes up
mind.
no space and no time?
Right. I believe that space and time are they're data compression tools that human beings use to accomplish our ends.
I apologize. I really mean this. I don't mean that you are this word, but I think what you are explaining is very dumb. I feel like you know that the moon takes up space and time. It has existed for billions of years without agents. It would exist for billions of years if agents. There's no connection. I don't understand what the connection is.
So
Yeah,
how would this even explain the observer effect?
I think it's fair for you to call what I just said dumb, and I think Einstein even thought Einstein was one of the last local realists in physics, and he made the assertion about the moon that you made. I think we're finding out that Einstein was wrong, that the universe is fundamentally probabilistic and not deterministic. As a matter of fact, a group of physicists were awarded the Nobel Prize last October for like the 40th experiment showing that local realism is false. So are you familiar with locality and realism? Because it's fair to say that what I just said is dumb, but then after I educate you, maybe you'll say that it's not so dumb, even though you might not still believe it. Fair?
I would say that when we're talking about Einstein, we did not understand general or special relativity. He was trying to prove that in different levels that gravity acts differently. And although it seems to act in a Newtonian way, that it is actually dipping down. And we can also express that visually. That would also exist without a mind. So to bring you back to the subject, why do you think a mind has anything to do with things existing?
Yeah, I think that minds are necessary to make sense of things. And I don't think that's controversial. Do you?
Once again, to make sense of things, I'm okay with. To make exist, nothing in common, not sharing.
Okay, I think we completely agree on what I just said and your response. So we're in complete agreement so far that in order to make sense of things, a mind is necessary, yet for reality itself, a mind is unnecessary. Fair?
Sure, if what you're saying is that it doesn't need a mind to exist, but maybe to rationalize something, you need a mind.
Right, and rationality is just another word for making sense of things, correct?
Sure. Like I said, your
There you go.
second definition, I was way more, it seemed to have changed from what I had originally thought it was, maybe what it was, but I agreed with your second definition or second take at it.
Okay, good. So far, moving forward, we agree that in order to make sense of things, a mind has to be present in order to make sense of the otherwise senseless.
Sure.
Fair?
False.
No, that part I'm fine with. But what's the next part? Is it seems
Yeah,
like
what's
you're
the ads?
equivocating between the ability to make sense of and the fact that you made sense of it creates it. So those two things don't seem to be the same.
Exactly.
No, I'm saying when I say the word the universe, I'm saying something which makes sense to you. So if I were to say the word universe to a physicist, they're likely going to think space and time and the calculations and dimensions within space and time. That's eminently
No.
reasonable
Go
and
back to
sensible.
your syllogism.
P1, everything which makes sense is a result of mind. We've already agreed on that, all of us, I think.
Well, result here, I think, is the equivocation, because result could be the concept in question, since reference distinction. So since reference distinction, the sense is like the word that we use to describe it, and the reference is the thing that the word is describing. So if we say the word universe was clearly created by humans, but the thing it refers to was not created by humans. And so if we're saying everything that makes sense was originated with minds, the sense part would be correct. The reference part would not be correct.
Sure. So what if I were to adapt it and say that all intelligibility is a transjective relationship between the observed and the observer?
Well, no, because intelligibility applies to
But there
things.
has to be an
Well,
observer.
no, because the intelligibility applies to things that aren't being observed. So you can like make stuff up, and it would still be intelligible. Magical pixie leprechauns are intelligible, but they're not observable.
Well, I mean, by observer, I just mean a subject. I don't mean a visual
Right, but for it to
observation.
be transjective, there has to be a subject and an object. If there's no object, it's not transjective. It's literally just a thing you made up.
Right, but the thing I make up is also an object of my awareness. So if I'm imagining a unicorn, that unicorn is objective, and I'm the subject observing this imaginary unicorn in my mind, in my imagination space.
And you're calling that objective.
Well, sure, it's not me. The unicorn isn't me. I just made it up. Or just like if I make up, like if Carlo Collodi wrote Pinocchio. Pinocchio is objective. You can read the book, right? The Pinocchio is not Carlo Collodi, even though Carlo Collodi's mind produced it.
But we are also
typically,
bleeding
when you use transjective as transcending the distinction between the subject and objective, it usually is referring to a property not of the subject. So if it's in your brain, that's a property of you. So that would not typically fit the word transjective there.
Well, transjective is a property that emerges from a relationship between a subject and object.
Right. And
For
by
instance,
by
warmth, right?
object,
So
by subject
the
there they mean referring to a property not of the subject. But if it's in your mind, that would be a property of the subject, that would be a property of you. And so typically that wouldn't work to say that an idea
yeah, but
would be
it's not subjective either, because it's not intrinsically subjective, meaning uh, so a stop sign, right? A stop sign is intelligible, but there would be no intelligibility without the stop sign. There would just be me not observing anything. There would also be no intelligibility without a mind to make it intelligible. So it's not intelligibility is not a property that belongs intrinsically to either the stop sign or me as a subject.
But you're also making
It's a transjective relationship, meaning the property of intelligibility only arises from the relationship between the object and myself.
But you're also making something objective subjective, because arbitrary truly means up to the mind. So if you are creating it in your mind, it is not an objective unicorn. It is by definition a subjective unicorn.
Oh, I mean, I think now we might be equivocating on subjective, because there is a form of subjectivity, which is like I like ketchup, right? And there is another form of subjective, meaning the observer as distinct from the observed, right?
But I mean, there
But if
is no objective unicorn that is out there just going wum, 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 that we are trying to all observe or create in our mind. We are just subjective, arbitrarily making these images up from past images.
Yeah, I think that's correct, but I think that's also the nature of the equivocation here. So if I imagine a unicorn, right, I am not the unicorn I'm imagining.
Sure.
If I have a thought, if I think Amy Newman is an intelligent interlocutor, I am not that thought. That thought isn't me. That thought is something produced by me. Same thing with the unicorn. So what I identify as is the producer of the thought and not the thought itself.
Well, I think that starts to get complicated. I think that we use me to mean the entire jumble. Mr. Biscuit is a nice and smart interlocutor. But when it comes down to our thoughts, they are also pieces of us. And so, I mean, we're just separating things out on the level, but our thoughts are still us. They're subjective. So's the unicorn, as far as I can tell.
Now, this may be, you may think that this is a linguistic trick, but I haven't been shown that it is. When you say our thoughts are us, we are our thoughts. That seems to be problematic because by saying that it's your thought, you're taking ownership of it, and you can't take ownership of yourself. So, but by saying this is my
I know.
thought, you're saying that the thought is the object and you're the subject. It's your thought. The thought belongs to you. It isn't you. That's just right there in the
I
language.
disagree with that. I think that our brain has a system of neurons that is making up our mind, which has conscious programs. And one of those conscious programs is having this basic dialogue that we have with ourselves.
Right, right. But this, I think, and and Amy, I want you and T Jump and Abyssional
Yeah, there's no
to
correct or incorrect way to pronounce it. Don't worry.
okay. Um, uh, I think this might be a bridge, right? Because I don't know if you've ever heard of salience landscape theory. It's a theory in cognitive science. As like when we're born, we are developing a landscape of salience. So when you're born, you hear a voice, and you've heard that voice since you were in the womb, and it's the voice of your mother. And so the voice of your mother is super salient to you. But now you can feel the warmth, and when you're held against your mother's chest, that warmth is on the front of you and it's not there on the back of you, and so that becomes a, a super salient or important. And then the milk, and so then there's this pattern, and eventually you learn to call that pattern mom, right? But it doesn't mean that you know what I'm saying? Like there's a super salient pattern, and as you grow up, you learn to call that pattern mom. And what you're doing is you're building a landscape of salient or usable objects, a landscape of affordances. The chair affords to be sat in. The food affords to be eaten. The fork affords to be used to stab the food and to eat the food. Um, and we're actually building the universe. Like our minds are building it, and we're building it in a way that makes sense for us. We're not building it in the same way that a squirrel builds it. We're not building it in a
Well,
way that
I was with
a
you up
spider
until
builds.
the squirrel. Well, we're building it. I agree. For most of that is that we are pattern-seeking mammals, and
Yeah,
that is basically what we are doing. We have a little bit of a longer time because of our intelligence and the way that we're structured too, because there are smart animals that don't need it, but we have this longer time that we raise our children so that they gain a certain set of skills.
yeah. And so because we are building the landscape of salience, whereby we foreground and background objects depending on how relevant they are to any given situation, I think you might be sympathetic to me when I say that minds create the universe because you created your own, and it's very definitely your own.
I
Meaning,
mean,
when you see a tree, even if I'm standing right next to you and you point to a tree, you say, "Look at that tree." I'm not seeing the same tree as
But
the
in
one you're pointing at.
essence, we are creating a natural simulation of the world. We're creating pictures and sounds and putting together our version of the world, which is in essence trying to capture the real world. It's doing its best to capture all this data as accurately as possible. Sometimes our body, we may have color blindness, and
No,
so
Amy, this is the only area where I would push back because I
okay.
think we're mostly in agreement. The only area where I would push back, I don't think we're trying to grasp reality at all. I think we're really trying to like make it up to where we can survive. That our survivability is enhanced by making up the universe. I don't think that give a shit about reality. You know,
See, can
I
I
think that
push back a little
we're
bit?
more interested in, yeah, for sure.
Because I think that our body does give a crap. I think that very specifically our deal with our body is, hey, go get food. Go get food, go get rid of the food, and sometimes mate. Those seem to be our three prime objectives as an animal.
Yeah, and I'll push back a little bit as well. You mentioned the salience landscape theory, but that isn't really used for anything. Like the only thing I know it was used for was like generating the broken mirror theory of why autism occurs, and but it's just it's an unsubstantiated theory. It's not an actual. It's like the how people would colloquially use the word theory. It's not like an actual theory, like in physics.
No, it's not in physics, but it's a very important theory in cognitive science.
No.
Cognitive
What I'm
scientists
saying is
such
it's
as
not
John
a theory
Vervaeke
like a
and-
theory in physics exists. It's an actual theory in that people are just theorizing. It's not like it is in physics where they say, oh, well, we can't call this a law because there's only 99.9% certainty instead of 100%. It is actually just a theory where people are speculating and attempting. Like one of the things people will use is like there are other theories related to consciousness that stem from this, but the salience landscape theory by itself isn't really useful. Like there's the integrated information theory, there is the radical plasticity hypothesis, there's also the frontal parietal network theory, but you can't really use salience landscape theory as a basis for any argument.
Well, salience landscape theory is not in competition with global workspace. It's an aspect of global workspace theory. So IIT, integrated information theory, and global workspace theory are the two top competing theories of mind. Even though they would claim to be theories of consciousness, I don't think that mind and consciousness are synonymous terms. But anyway, I think
I don't either.
I digress. We maybe diverge too much.
Though this is, once again, we are more in hypothesis land, or
yeah.
But I think that we can show that by our minds do conscious and unconscious things. It's controlling your heart, but it's also controlling how you walk, which tends to be a conscious mechanism.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that minds differentiate one thing from another. Minds are really good at focused attention, and minds give us agency by means of which we what's the term I'm looking for? Deliberate. Yeah. So minds are very, very adaptive at deliberation and considering options. I don't know if you guys believe in free will.
Most atheists, not all, because there's nothing within atheism that says each way, but just in my experience, I have found the majority of atheists do not believe in free will.
Oh.
I believe it's a chicken and the egg kind of thing where we don't really know if it is a neurochemical response that happens first, or if the reaction to a stimulus, that is basically a reaction is what leads to that neurochemical response. So I think it's a.
Oh no, were you not finished? I don't want to.
Oh, I was just saying I think it's a chicken and the egg kind of thing. I don't really think we know yet.
And I think there's will, as in we can separate out a difference between someone opening a window and someone being thrown through a window. We need to be able to assess that for legal cases and, just to figure out what's going on. But the type of free will that they tend to put forward, I don't think most atheists believe in. I don't think the choice is anything but being convinced. Why do you like chocolate over vanilla? I don't know. I'm convinced that I am, just because it tastes this way or that way. Why are you convinced you like vanilla over chocolate? And so, yeah, because many of them say we choose to send ourselves to hell, that type of thing. You have the free will to do so, but I would push back and say, no, we do not. We are unconvinced that God is true. And so if we are sent to hell, we're not sending ourselves there. It's that we can't force ourselves to believe that this God is real.
Well, even within that, we could even grant the premise for the discussion of hell that God is real, but then if the default state is you go to hell and you have to take action so God doesn't send you there, then you aren't choosing to go to hell since that's a default condition. God is
God
choosing
is
to send
not
you to hell.
God is not God is not an agent, right? And so
Yes,
God
God is the one sending you to hell. Yes.
right, but if God were to send you to hell, were to justly send you to hell, I think that would require God to be an agent.
No, we're
To be
discussing hell as
capable
a default condition.
Well,
Right? Hell is a default place you go to when you die, and only through conscious choice and decisions and in life can you avoid that.
and most
right, but
people are
but who's
deists.
going to send you to hell?
So if there is a God like they put forward, it would be a conscious agent. We every once in a while come across a pantheist or a deist or someone like that, but most of the hell-born agents or most of the hell-born settings come from agents. I agree with that. It doesn't have to, but that's just what we come across.
Right. So I come across that too. Like a lot of Muslims and traditional Christians, fundamentalist Muslims, fundamentalist Christians, believe that God is going to, uh, you know, make a choice to send you to hell based on his deliberation over, your earthly actions or something. Like there's going to be a day of judgment where God kind of sums up the things that you've done and makes a decision
It
to.
depends on your sect because,
Yes.
I have always found, and this is just my arbitrary opinion, I've always found the people who say works over faith is a better mechanism because that means that they're just judging you on what you actually do in life. But then you can have it backwards. You can have faith over works, which to me is very lazy. They always say, oh, it's so amazing. All you need to do is believe. But to me, that's just like a get out of doing things
Well,
bad card.
you can even look at like Calvinism, which has the predestination, where okay, whether or not you're going to hell is decided when you're born.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had Calvinists as friends. I just view that also as view that God is evil. But, many of those gods are evil. So
Of course, God is evil.
How is God evil if he doesn't exist?
No, we're
those
talking
are-
about this from the premise that God does exist for the sake of argument.
yeah, if he
Oh,
doesn't
you're saying
exist,
as an
then
internal critique.
yes,
Yes,
'cause
if we grant the premise that God exists, God must be evil.
or at
How does that
least
make
the
sense?
Abrahamic God. If the Abrahamic God exists, the Abrahamic God is evil.
Yes, that's we'll be more specific. Thank you, Amy. So,
But
Mr.
how does
Biscuit, the
that make
reason why
sense?
that's true is because that God, according to Christians, Muslims, whatever, is the one who is the sole moral arbiter. That God is the one that determines which actions are good and which actions are evil, and that God will consistently take part in actions that he himself deemed to be evil, such as killing 99.9% of the population on Earth, when one of his commandments is quite literally, "Thou shalt not kill."
I could give a simple two premises and a conclusion, which would be anyone who drowns babies is evil. God drowned babies. Therefore, God drowned babies. He is evil.
Yeah, no, I think that I think that works. Other than I mean, you might have an interaction problem, a dualist interaction problem, if you want to kind of take that as an internal critique. Meaning, how does the invisible being interact with the material baby? But God did this
I'd love to
presumably
know.
through the Israelites in the Old Testament or something like that, right?
And there's always apologetics. The common pushback is, well, he let 8 people live. But to me, that's still horror movie logic.
For sure. Like,
Yeah, Hitler didn't kill all the Jews, just most of them.
Exactly.
so if I were to say moral agents must be capable of deliberating, God cannot deliberate, therefore God is not a moral agent.
Wait,
If
how
you
can
were
God
to
not
take
deliberate?
because deliberation presupposes uncertainty, and that would render God ignorant. So I don't think a lot of Christians or Muslims are going to want to say that God takes part in deliberation.
Well, omnipotence by itself already inherently creates paradox, right? So if we go by, because one of the questions that I always ask theists is, why, if God is almighty and all-knowing, did he create the fruit of knowledge within the Garden of Eden to give people the opportunity to sin? right? And a big part of that is their response is almost always, oh, because God has to give people free will in order for them to have the opportunity to enjoy His creation.
Yeah. And they're bringing up agency, right? Like God wants us to be agents, and in order for us to be agents, we have to have true options. We have to consult a landscape of alternatives. But the problem with that is that they assume that God is also an agent. And in order for God to be an agent, he would have to consult the landscape of alternatives. But they don't want to say that, because in order to consider alternatives, you have to be ignorant while you're considering them. And they don't want to say that God is in any way ignorant. And so that would mean that God's behaviors are either arbitrary, or
Wow,
I mean,
almost like this belief in God is fundamentally logically flawed.
yeah, I think so. The traditional fundamentalist Christian and the traditional fundamentalist Muslim, I think, are going to struggle with that problem.
Hello,
But I
Dr.
don't think
J.
God is an agent.
Hey.
What do you got for us?
Well, you guys always, well, not always. You guys are just saying, what do the Christians believe about this or that about free will? I've got a PhD in theology, so I could help tell you what they think about this, that, or the other thing, if you'd like.
Let's go.
Just want to
So-
start by saying recovering from religion just out there, even though theology is a great degree. But yes, continue.
Yeah, so like the God creating the evil or whatnot. So people don't really agree in theology how that worked. So some people really highly argue for the free will argument, but some people don't. They would almost be that humans have the appearance of free will, but there isn't actually any free will, and therefore, when sin entered the world or whatever, and all that bad stuff, that was not like an oops accident. How did this happen? But that was all part of God's plan, and the original. And the reason that it was a part of God's plan would be to say something like, without evil, you cannot know good. Therefore, you would not be able to see the full attributes of God without evil. You have to have the contrast. And so, saying that when evil was entered in the world, while it was an accident, like a lot of, or a mistake or something like that, which a lot of Christians would totally agree with, maybe even the majority. I don't know. It's hard to do a survey, I guess. But some people would argue that it was not an accident. It was on purpose in order to be able to sort of show the full range of God attributes, because without sin, there's no forgiveness, there's no mercy, because you don't have reason to have mercy on anybody, because there's no bad things that happen.
It seems like you can have evil without sin, though, or at least typically what most humans would agree on is sin. Like murder, that's unnecessary, gratuitous, rape, gratuitous. You can just not like God or want to overthrow God in the case of Satan's case, and do sin just fine without all the other stuff, and you could ask for forgiveness of that. So it seems like a lot of
You could do that, sure.
gratuitous suffering and evil that is pretty unnecessary. Like cancer, it doesn't seem to really be necessary for free will.
I mean, the view I was explaining doesn't really believe in free will, in a sense.
Or
they would be more deterministic.
Yeah, it wouldn't be required to have any kind of redemption or asking for forgiveness to have cancer. Like that seems to be unnecessary.
Well, I think the part that makes it so strange for me is that why do we have to have such a specific observation of where the evil is? Like, why can't it just be as simple as a contrast between order and primordial chaos, right?
Yeah, if you're asking me why God, why what Christians say when you ask God, why did you do it this way? Usually Christians don't try super hard to answer that question.
The God of the Bible always just comes off so evil. I know that there are some times that, he's like, okay, that Sermon on the Mount stuff, but like, it just seems between hell and then Noah and Moses, he's just not a guy I'd want to be around.
Yeah, the Old Testament stuff. There's tons of theology books trying to deal with that problem. I would not disagree. That's not like a huge problem that people are always trying to deal with.
Sure. Are you dealing with it?
Sure.
Are you having any doubts about your religion?
Oh no, not particularly.
Have you always been a Christian?
Yes.
Really? Interesting.
Well, not always. Meaning as in the colloquial senses, and I grew up in a Christian home or whatnot. But most people don't believe you're born into Christianity or whatever.
So when you said you have no
But
doubts,
anyway.
why is that?
No doubts ever or something like that. Well, that's not necessarily true.
I mean, like, why would
But-
you prefer or think that the theistic hypothesis is more plausible than naturalism?
So unfortunately, some of the proofs of Christianity or some of the ones that we find convincing tend to hinge on personal experience. But unfortunately, personal experience is not useful in convincing other people of anything, right? So if I just say, well, personal experience, you're like, well, I didn't have that experience. You can't demonstrate it. You can't repeat. I totally agree with all that. So I'm not even sure I'm very good at superly strongly evangelizing anybody.
Well, why would, like, personal experience, I would question, why would that be a justification for anyone trusting their own experience? Because we know personal experience is pretty unreliable. And so, like, if I saw a super being who talked to me or something, I would be more plausible to believe it was a delusion of some kind, and it would seem unreasonable for me to trust that and believe that I actually talked to a spirit being, kind of like many people who take very powerful psychedelics think they're talking to the universe. And
Sure, it's totally possible that's the case, and Christians or me or whoever are all in a state of being fooled. That seems like a total possibility.
but you're confident in your personal experience. Why? Because we know personal experience is so bad. Why would you feel so confident in your personal experience?
Yeah, because it's you have if you throw out all of your personal experience, which I guess you could do. It's a little hard to function in the world, right? You're just like, well, nothing I ever do or see or I can trust,
Oh, sure. I wouldn't want you to
So-
throw out all of your personal experience, but it seems like there's specific kinds of personal experience where it's relatively unreliable. So, like, if I said I saw a dog,
Yeah.
perfectly reasonable to believe that. I wouldn't say you
Sure.
should throw that out. But if you said you saw a unicorn, I think that's something you should probably treat with a slightly
Yeah.
different standard.
I'm familiar with all the standard arguments. I mean, I totally understand why someone would reject it, and I, like I said, I'm not superly interested in trying to convince you. I was just trying to explain to you, the different ways that Christians believe in free will or whatever.
Oh, sure. I'm not asking you to convince me. I'm curious why you trust that personal experience to such a degree and don't put it in the same camp as, like, if you saw a unicorn.
Well, at some point, if I saw enough unicorns and no one else did, I would either, I might believe that I'm a unicorn, right? Or I might believe that unicorns exist. So the same,
mushrooms are great.
yeah, that would be a helpful way to become more convinced. So the same way that some single person thought the world was round and everyone said they were crazy, maybe they were right and they trusted their personal experience. And now, could I be wrong? Sure, I could totally be wrong. And I would actually say the chances of me being wrong are more likely in the sense that, there are lots of religions that think mine's baloney, so why would mine be the right one, right? That's an even more difficult problem to deal with, I would say.
Oh, sure, but, like, is there anything about your personal experience that you would give it more credence than seeing the unicorn, or just trust it anyway?
I'm not sure I could say that, well, what I'm experiencing is more convincing than if you saw a unicorn, you were totally sure of it, you told us all you saw a unicorn, and we said, we don't believe you, and you were like, well, I either, maybe I didn't, but I sure thought I did, and so that I'm not sure I would put it any differently than that. Which is probably a fairly unique view, because my view or my understanding is not very good in trying to convince others, right? And most Christians would probably see it super valuable to really aggressively try to, convert people to their way of thinking, which is why I don't normally work really hard to try to make people not an atheist or whatever.
Oh yeah, for sure. My interest is more from an internal perspective. If I was experiencing what you were experiencing, would I consider those kinds of experiences justified, independent of anybody else? Forget everybody else. And I
Mhm.
think, like, if I had very extreme personal experiences that deviated from what could be verified, like my standard is novel testable predictions. So if I can make novel testable predictions, that's a good reason to believe something. And if I can't, then that's probably a good reason to believe it's
Yeah,
imaginary.
and if I could make novel testable predictions, I would try to convince you of it as well, right? So, yeah, I'm not sure where we disagree, other than I would say that I would have personal experience. You would say I obviously can't believe your personal experience, and I'm like, I totally agree.
Well, so again, my question is completely irrelevant from all other humans. Imagine there are 0 other humans, there's just you, and you have a set
Sure.
of experiences. There's usually some
Mhm.
criterion you could use to say, these are the trustworthy ones, these are the untrustworthy ones. And it seems we would probably
Mhm.
agree most likely on what that criterion is, but it seems you have a special case where there's something that would clearly fit into that second category, but you don't put it in that second category. And I'm wondering, is there a reason you don't, or is it just because it makes you feel good? Is there some methodological way to establish that we should put it in the first category rather than the second category? From the personal perspective, from your perspective, or from my perspective as an individual, independent of anybody else, is there something about that experience that would make it different from the unicorns or the people on ayahuasca, and why we should put it into the I saw dogs category rather than the I saw unicorns category?
Yeah. So saying like you saw unicorn, like I think I already said this, and then no one believes you, it doesn't mean you would stop believing in that you saw a unicorn necessarily, right? You could say, well, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I made it up, maybe I'm full of crap, you know. But you may not necessarily quit believing that you saw a unicorn.
So from my perspective, if I saw a unicorn, my default position would be is I'm having delusion. I would always put it in the delusion category, 100% of the time. I would never
Right.
say I believe in
May-
unicorns.
Maybe. I mean, depending. I mean, you've never seen one yet, so maybe you would. I mean, you're probably right that that's what you would do.
Well, I have actually. I have tried. I've experimented with drugs, so I have seen unicorns. But
Well, yeah. Well.
but so I would, whenever I have an experience, I always try to categorize it into these two. Is it like the dog category or is it like the unicorn category? And my methodology for doing that is if it is of things that have past empirical evidence, I can put it in the dog category. So if I see a dog walking down the street, I can be like, yeah, probably the dog category. But if I
Right.
experience something that doesn't have any empirical basis in any human history, as far as we can tell, no scientific
Or
basis.
weak, or just very weak evidence, right? So you would agree that there's not zero evidence; it's just bad evidence.
Maybe it depends on how we would define evidence there. But like if it's of
Sure.
a unicorn, I'd say we don't have any, there's no bones, no DNA, no empirical evidence of unicorns anywhere.
Sure.
And so that's
Mhm.
probably in the
Mhm.
category I should not believe. And then if I had an experience of
Mhm.
a all-powerful being or something, presumably one who is outside of space-time or created the universe or is all-powerful or something, like none of those properties seem to have any empirical basis. So I'd probably put that more
Mhm.
likely in the unicorn camp, and I would see, without consulting anybody else, I would say I would be unreasonable to believe that that was a genuine experience because it is of this second category, the kinds of things that don't have an
Mhm.
empirical basis. And the kinds of experiences, the only kinds of experiences that seem justified to believe are the ones that we do have this past empirical basis for: dogs, houses, people. And so, from my perspective, even without consulting other people, I don't think I would be justified in believing that my experience of a supernatural being or my experience of a unicorn would be justified on the grounds that I had an experience.
Sure. I don't really see that I'm disagreeing with you. And I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. So if you are trying to kind of get me to convince you otherwise, I don't really want to. Does that make sense?
Oh, well, my question is specifically, would you agree that it would be unreasonable to believe those kinds of experiences simply by virtue of the fact you had an experience? Or do you think the virtue that you had an experience is enough to make it justified for people to believe those?
I would not say it's necessarily justified for everyone else to believe it.
For anyone, would it be justified for anyone to believe an experience like that is real simply by virtue of them having the experience?
Sure, but you would have to remain super humble in the sense that obviously you could be completely wrong about it, and so I'm super open to that.
Well, I think that's the part where we disagree, because I wouldn't say that. I would say that no one would be justified in believing that the experience was real simply by virtue of having the experience. I would say that we know personal experience is so unreliable in so many cases that the only justifiable belief to have at that point would be is delusion, hallucination, misconception, something along those lines. Seems to be far more a plausible explanation, and you'd be justified in coming to the conclusion you had any of those. But to come to the conclusion you actually had an experience with a god, that seems like it would require significantly more than simply the experience itself.
Sure. Okay. Well, I totally, I'm agreeing with where we're disagreeing, and so let me kind of push instead of going in circles. Let me ask you this. So one time I heard you in a debate argue for the value of religion,
Yeah.
right? I'll just let you restate your current beliefs on that if you want, just in case you've changed your ideas. It was probably a while ago. I don't even know when. Would you generally agree with your past self in most of that stuff, or do you even remember?
Yeah. So I had a
I'm sure
debate
it was
with
a long
R and
time
Ra
ago.
on this. The religion provides a lot of psychological and emotional values that help people function in society, and so there's very beneficial.
Yes. So if you were experiencing those benefits, would it be worth it to get rid of them?
Pragmatically, no, but epistemically, it would still be unjustified. Simply the fact that having a belief would have me get lots of benefits. Like if I believed I was the sexiest man alive, that could have given me a lot of
Mhm.
confidence, and the confidence could then lead to benefits. But would I be
Mhm.
logically justified in believing it? No, I wouldn't. And so I would have to grant
Right,
that it would
right,
be an unjustified belief that I would hold for pragmatic reasons because I liked it.
right. So, therefore, working really hard to convince others to leave religion, or I'm not saying you're aggressively doing that necessarily. I'm just saying working really hard to have my mind changed or changed all the minds of people around me might actually have pragmatic negative benefits or make negative uh, repercussions in their life,
Sure.
right? So yeah, I was curious about that. So when you researched that, did you find that whether people what level of convinced they had to be in order to get the benefits?
What level of?
So I've met people. So like I have a sibling that'd be this way. I don't want to speak too directly about who these people are because they didn't give me permission or whatever. But would argue something like, I don't think there's any evidence, but choose to believe because I appreciate the benefits. Do you get the full benefits even if you don't think it's true? Whereas other people are like dead level convinced. Everyone who doesn't believe this is a complete moron. They get are they receiving similar benefits or not? Or is there any way, when you were looking into this and prepping for this debate, did you find any information that would answer my question, which probably is a super hard question to ask?
So the evidence I found was that it was more based off of the severity of the situation they were in had a big impact on how much benefit they were getting. So like there was a specific study on a war, I don't remember which war, and they were doing polls on people who prayed, and the psychological benefits they got from praying relative to how close they were to the front line. And the people who were the closest to the front line had the biggest emotional benefit, emotional relief, than the people who were furthest away. And I think that was true independent of the level of religiosity they had, because there's like intrinsic and extrinsic
Right.
religiosity. And so I think the amount of benefit you get is less dependent on how much you believe and more dependent upon how desperate you are for emotional or for help of some kind.
Interesting. So what about benefits just like social cohesion and those kind of benefits? Matter of amount of religiosity matter?
That was more contingent on the society. So, like, we have lots of social cohesion and the pragmatic benefits in very secular nations like Japan and Germany,
Mm-hmm.
Sweden, Denmark, et cetera, et cetera. And so the level of social cohesion is dependent upon how much of your culture shares the ideology, independent of how religious you are. So if you're like a Jordan Peterson kind of guy who's just socially religious but doesn't actually believe anything, you still get the same benefits,
Right.
as long as culturally you're accepted and are accepted in the communities to go do all the social stuff that they do.
So it's more about social acceptance than or at least the social side. Yeah, the social acceptance is like a huge, a huge deal on the benefit.
Yep.
Yep. I wonder how well it is hard to. It's got to be super hard to separate those things. I would have to imagine.
Well, I think that was the core of the studies were more specifically on those benefits. There are other benefits like the emotional relief side, and I think those could definitely be tied into how much you believe, probably. Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but I don't think there was because there's not really a way to measure that, like how much you actually believe very easily. And so I don't know if there's any
Right.
studies that specifically go on that, but I do know that belief is usually stronger in more dire situations. You usually find hope in those kinds of beliefs, and so you cling to them more so than, and as you gain more resources and have less financial strife, you tend to move away from religion, which is why most of the very wealthy nations have less religiosity than the very poor nations. And so I think there's probably going to be some kind of an intrinsic connection between the amount you believe, or for a society, amount the society believes relative to the amount of strife they're in.
I just want to put a vote out there, a branch. Dr. J, the atheist sign, the water's fine. Just gotta put that out there.
Yeah, that's all right. Like I said, I got to be careful how much I name these people, but I would say like my closest friend or whatever is an atheist. So I've had lots of olive branches given. So don't worry.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Have you done
Well,
any
that's
research
interesting.
on that, on your end?
On what?
On the benefits of being religious in relative societies?
No, not anything I would consider real research anyway. Read an article or some not. I don't mean a journal article or anything that I would consider highly academic. So I think I'd probably just have to say no, not anything I would want to confidently argue and defend necessarily.
Gotcha.
Because if you are in a religious community, they are just going to say it's good no matter what. There's no other options.
sure.
So they aren't interested in those empirical studies because it doesn't matter what the answer to those empirical studies are. They already have the answer. If that makes sense.
Yep.
So I was just very interested in what you had researched, because I assumed you had prepped for that debate, and you had even talked about, I can't quite remember if it was in jest or serious, starting your own church or something like that, or
Yep, that was serious. I did. I got the 501c3 nonprofit status and everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so have you continued to pursue that?
Yes, this is my Sunday show for the church. Church of the Best Possible Worlds should be in the title somewhere.
Okay, gotcha. Because isn't there already something like that exists?
Yeah, there's a number of them.
Okay.
So there's
And is there anything unique about yours that you were hoping to bring to the table?
Well, mine is based on my model of morality, so that's one thing. And our other goal is to provide affordable housing. So the goal is to buy an apartment building and provide permanent affordable housing to people, and hopefully expand it out and do that everywhere, because that's what I think churches should be doing. I think that if all churches did that, then they would actually be providing the benefit that most Christians espouse churches provide, which is the social safety net. And I don't think they do that.
Oh boy, if churches pretend they're providing a social safety net, they're full of it, because we just don't. I mean, churches don't have enough money to do it, right? Like once you've paid the light bill and the building and whatnot. I mean, there's wealthy churches, but like the average church doesn't have very much money. That's just how it
To
goes.
say depends on the church. Those mega churches pulling a lot.
We're all not Joel Osteen. So
Well, I disagree. So, because
can-
I've on my own research, I have found loans 95% loan to value for affordable housing, where I could buy a $2 million building with $1 million building with $50,000 down. So with $50,000, you can get a 5 to 10 unit building and start providing affordable housing. It is not hard. It does not take that much. I mean, I'm saving it for myself.
So, who does the maintenance on the housing?
You hire a company. That's a part of the costs.
And so you have that ongoing cost, right?
Yes, but you also get the income from the rent. And that usually covers it.
Right. So you just basically sort of run a rental business, but you do it at cost.
Well, it's not even at cost. You can still make a profit.
Right.
You just don't do it to the
So
level of profit that other companies are doing, where they make ridiculous sums, and you just do it at a regular rate. And if you do it at a regular rate, you can make a profit and provide affordable housing, because the affordable housing rate isn't even that low here in Minnesota. I found all the numbers. Like at the big cities, I can charge about $1,000 to $1,200 a month, and it's still in the affordable housing rate for the very big places.
That's really interesting. One thing that I really wish that I could convince churches to do, but I don't know if I'll be able to, is I think it'd be really great to have more solar. And one of the big things or reasons why churches or whatever nonprofits that have these buildings that would be great for solar don't do it is because the installation cost. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because about 50% of doing it's your installation costs. And I figured if I could ever get a crew that would be able to, throw up solar on these nonprofit buildings, you could do tons of rooftop solar. And between the IRA and the reinstallation, you would just be able to put up as much as that as you wanted to.
Yeah, I'd be a big advocate for wind. Wind would actually be more sustainable, and you'd make more money off of it, because solar doesn't last that long. Actually, it only lasts a few years, and you have to replace it, and so it's not as profitable.
Isn't that only true in when you're making a solar farm? It's like the solar panels have a 25-year warranty when you buy them.
Their efficiency goes down over time, like anything.
It does, but there's still. I mean, there's people. I mean, I watched a bazillion YouTube videos on it that have had solar a long time, and it's still good. And the problem with wind is the maintenance is just an absolute murderous row. I mean, just crap breaks, and you don't get the efficiencies in wind unless it's really big. They've got to be big. The bigger, the better. And so, it would be hard for a nonprofit or a small crew to do things like wind, because smaller wind is just not very efficient.
Sure.
But anyway, I probably went too far afield here. Appreciate talking to you guys. I was curious to talk to you about your church idea and the benefits there and whatnot. And always happy to tell you about Christian theology if you guys ever care. So
yeah, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. J.
Yep. Bye.
Timeless, are you there? You got your hand up. If anybody else has any questions, comments, feel free, raise your hand.
Your morality system also very much triggers them.
That's true. Sorrow, you are server muted. All right, go for it. Sorrow, you should be not server muted now. Can't hear you. Can you hear him, Amy?
I cannot.
Try refreshing the page.
And you're also not server muted. At least now.
All right, while we are waiting, if anybody else has any questions, comments, feel free to raise your hand.
Like T-Jump said, Timeless, you are good to come up.
Still cannot hear you, Sorrow. I think you have to close the app and restart it.
While we're waiting, evolution is true. The Earth is round and it's
Hello?
2.5
Hey.
billion years old. Hi.
Oh, okay. Working now. Okay, I made a syllogism, basically saying that if you believe in God and he's all-knowing, then everything's determined. Would you guys
Go for it.
be interested? Okay.
Sure.
I use ChatGPT to help me. But so premise one, if God is all-knowing, then God knows all of our actions beforehand. If God knows all of our actions beforehand, then our actions are predetermined. Conclusion, therefore, if God is all-knowing, our actions are predetermined. Does that sound good?
Sounds all right, I guess. I wouldn't say it's perfect.
Okay.
Problem with us is that we're a hard sell, is because we're either going to grant you premise one as a hypothetical, or we're going to try and fight you on premise one. And so it's better used with theists to see if they then see if they're convinced it's determined from that.
Hello?
Hey.
That makes sense.
So I would say my criticism would be is that there is a philosophical position where you have free will and you're going to choose whatever you're going to choose. God just can go into the future and see what you chose after you chose it and then go back or something along those lines. And so it wasn't, even though he knows what you're going to choose, because he exists both before and after you chose it. And so he didn't actually cause you to choose it.
Oh. But wouldn't he like I don't see how that makes, because if you make something, I imagine it like he made the book and like he knows all of our actions in the future, so how would we have any go outside of the book?
Well, imagine I give you
Yes.
free will and then you go and you do your actions and pretend I don't know. And you make your own choice. And then I save that to a DVD and I go watch the DVD back. Well, you still had free will, right? You made the choice. Now, even though I've seen the DVD, I know what choice you've made. It wasn't the fact that I knew it that determined it. Your free will determined it. I'm just rewinding it back on the DVD.
Doesn't God know it before you even do it, though?
It's a very specific view in theology that's harder to understand. So this is more like an analogous way to try to explain it. So pretend he didn't know. He watched the DVD, rewound it, and then he knows because he watched the DVD. He doesn't know because he determined it. He knows because you chose it and he rewound the DVD. That's essentially the argument.
Okay. 'Cause I feel like most Christians, if you like ask them, they're gonna like. I think a lot of them even accepted all the premises that like if God's all knowing, then He knows all of the actions in the future before you do it. And if they accept that, then they have to accept determinism, right? Or
No, because the view is that it's like the DVD analogy. So he knows what you're going to do, but ultimately you have control. So you're going to decide to do it, but he knows everything that you're going to decide to do. But it's still your choice. You have the freedom to make the choice, and you made the choice. He just knew you were going to do it independently of your choice.
okay.
I don't think it's the most plausible interpretation. I think your interpretation is far more plausible, but that's going to be the argument.
That's how I would understand it as well, T-Jump.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Timeless. What do you got for us?
Yo. Listen, so this is also Theist Helpline, right?
Yep.
Like I can.
Mhm.
Okay, good. Okay, listen. So say God doesn't exist. Okay.
Sure.
Like 100% God does not
Say
exist,
that
but
all
the
the time.
religions are still here.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Isn't it better to be religious than to be atheist?
No. Why would it be better?
To be wrong,
Because-
actually?
Well, being wrong doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. I'm talking about the morality of it, right? If you believed in an authority that is constantly judging you, you are more likely to do better things in life because of that authority.
Compared to what?
Do you know what I mean?
No.
compared to a person that believes in no authority that's judging them.
So if a person
So,
believes
for example,
in no authority, but they believe in objective morality, then they're more likely to do good than someone who believes in a God and only does good because they believe God is watching them.
no. Because if you believe in morality, the likeliness of you breaking your own morality, because it's you that you're like, it's the person that's choosing to believe it rather than the person that has no other choice but to believe it because of God. Do you understand?
No. So the studies are actually that if you believe in something and choose to follow it of your own volition, you are more likely to follow it than if you to follow it because of some dictates of someone who you believe is watching you. So actually, the people who are the most moral, the least criminal, are atheists, secular people, secular countries all over the world.
Okay. Let me give you an example of like, okay, I understand your point, but I feel like we both have different points. So let me hold on.
Well, while you're fixing your microphone or whatever, we don't need a being to tell us what is right and wrong. And you can just make it one step closer by saying, if you want to buy fiat, why not just say this is the morality of Bob? And we're all going to follow Bob's morality. And if you follow Bob's morality, then you'll just be a better person.
Exactly, and Bob in that scenario is God.
Yeah, I know, but I
Right.
mean, why don't you just get us one step closer and cut out the supernatural and just say, listen, I like Timeless's morality, or maybe you like, someone else's. Why not just say their morality? Why are you defending the guy that transcends time and space?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I think
Sure, let's get closer to a natural morality. I always say that
okay.
atheists, agnostics, skeptics, we're the only ones actually having a conversation about morality, because you guys are saying that our morality stems from someone outside of time and space. So if you're just going to go with the whole fiat, the whole biggest stick, why not just find whatever your biggest stick is in the natural world and say it comes from that?
Okay, yeah, that's what religion is.
We're gaining ground here.
Right.
Right.
But that doesn't argue my point though.
But you're just saying, why not just tell the people? You're in essence, I don't know how condescending you are trying to frame it, but you're like, listen, these humans are dumb mother. And so what they really need is some invisible dude. And if we can just believe the invisible dude, they'll be scareless enough that they will follow commands. But there are other scary figures that don't transcend time and space.
Like a gun?
I mean, yeah, and that actually is what works. That is kind of
Right.
how our legal system works.
Okay, but But in a way, if everybody believed in one thing, it's better because like right now we're speaking with the assumption that everybody's morality is good, at least from the way we see. Like for example, someone might think that killing somebody is good, and you might think that killing someone is bad. But if both those people believed in God or believed in a specific structure already placed
There
for
would
us,
never be any murder.
right? Yeah.
That was sarcasm. That was not.
Have you
Oh.
seen history?
No,
Yes.
no, no.
Jump said.
Right. But like, if those two people actually believed in God, and God said that murdering someone is sinful, then there wouldn't actually be any murder.
Unless their gods disagreed. Unless they were like the First Baptist Church and then that heathen, the Second Baptist Church.
Oh no, I got a revelation from God. He said I could kill, but you couldn't, so you got to let me kill you.
There we go.
I don't know, guys. Been really. I can't tell if whether you're agreeing with me
We are not. We are not
or
agreeing
not.
with you. No.
Okay. Okay, understood. Okay, understood. You're not agreeing with me, but like my point is still correct.
No.
there may be some people that out of ignorance or fear that may just follow a god. We've had psychopaths that have told us that, listen, we'd go around killing unless you allow me to have my heavenly father. But like, that doesn't make it true. And that doesn't mean that that is a moral system that we should follow. Just because someone can do harm to you doesn't mean it's moral.
Well, so more importantly, most murders are between people who share religious beliefs. Most murders happen between people in the same community.
Okay.
Like most people in America are Christian. Most murders are Christian on Christian. Most people in India are Hindu, I think, and most murders.
Okay, but
are
that
Hindu on
doesn't
Hindu.
that doesn't mean that Christianity itself is allowing murder. It's just the person's belief of the authority might not be as strong, right?
No, it's just that's how humans work. So the fact that you like, if you were completely subservient and obedient to the Bible, and every human was completely and subserviently obedient to some principle that
Yeah.
said no murder, then yeah, sure, there would be no murder. But that's not how humans work.
Exactly. No, okay, you can't just say that's not how humans work.
It's literally just not how humans work. Like, what do you mean? Like, if you wanted to make them
Like,
all
what do you
robots,
mean that's not how humans work? Right.
where they had to literally obey
You're not
every
you're not
law.
making them. Well, you're not making them robots. The Bible doesn't really give you a command for every single thing. It just gives you a command for the bad things.
Yeah, but most people
you
don't
still have
listen
free
to
will.
the Bible. There are 0 people who are completely obedient to the Bible. Not a single one.
And wait, this
Aren't
is
those
fun.
atheists?
Is
No.
murder always wrong?
Yes. No.
Except when God does it.
So how do you know? Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you know which is the good murder?
Based on my religion, if murder, okay, say it's a person who's who's like already murdered, then yes, murdering him would be good. Because you're
What?
murdering a murderer. Like according to my religion, at least.
So can we murder God? Because I think he's a murderer.
That was my next question.
You can't really murder. Well, you can't. That's the thing. You cannot murder God because God is stronger than you.
But it'd be moral to do so because he's a murderer.
No, I think the example I gave you only applies to humans that are murderers.
Oh, so non-human murderers can murder all they want. And they'd be all murderer files, but it's
Yeah.
totally fine.
No. Hold on. Okay, you're twisting my words. No, I'm saying that I'm saying that murderers that are not God should be murdered.
So
He gets out a murder-free card. Amazing.
God gets a free card for everything because it's God. Okay, but I gave my example with the assumption that God doesn't exist, right? Like if there is no God, if we're just pretending that there is one,
which
and God has
societies
told
have
us
the
that-
lowest crime rate? Is it
Saudi?
religious?
Saudi Arabia?
No. That's a joke. Hilarious. No.
I'm not joking. Saudi Arabia has one of the lowest crime rates.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Dubai, those countries have one of the lowest
Nope, they're
crime
like
rates. I'm
third.
being serious.
No, they're not. Homicide rate.
I can bring up the sources.
Saudi Arabia's homicide rate is 86th. Murder rate is 59th. Murder per million is 108th. They are not.
Okay, but it's definitely lower than America's
Yeah.
murder rate, and America holds the most atheists
Only
in the world.
there's only about 200 and something countries. That means if they're in the lower 80th, that means they're in the almost the bottom half. Lowest crime rates. Country. Lowest crime rates. Singapore, Iceland, Denmark, Honduras. No, that can't be right. Japan, New Zealand, Austria, Switzerland. What is the similarity between all of those? Would you like to take a guess what their religious beliefs are?
They're Christian.
No. Japan? You think Japan is
Yeah.
Christian? You think Iceland?
Okay, Japan's not Christian, but Japan does follow faith, though.
No.
Pretty sure they do.
Nope. The vast majority of people in Japan are secular. Canada, mostly secular. So where's that list? There it is. Iceland, top of the list. New Zealand, Ireland, Denmark, Austria, Portugal, Slovenia, Czech Republic, Singapore, Japan, Switzerland, Canada, Hungary, Finland, Croatia, Germany, Norway. Do you want to go like let's see let's Google least religious countries. Least religious countries list. All right, here's the list. Where's the list? Here we go. Oh, I don't want it alphabetically. Sweden is on there. Sweden's on both. Singapore's
Yeah,
on
Sweden's
both.
on both.
Japan's on both. Switzerland's on both. Germany's on both. Norway's on both. Are you noticing a pattern here? Like Czech Republic's on both.
hold
Czech
on.
Republic is low religion.
But
Czech
if you think about it,
religion.
those countries are like also morally aligned with religion.
No.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I see the pattern. Okay, I see that some atheists. Okay, well, some countries with holding like most atheists.
The majority of
or
countries
just-
who are mostly atheists.
yeah, hold like the lowest rankings for crime rates. Right, I
Yeah.
understand that,
Yeah.
but it doesn't mean that just because religion exists.
Your question was
It is
is
most
if there's
likely
no God, would it be better if we believed in a God? The answer is no.
Chances are we would have still made legal systems. We would still be doing philosophy and talking about morality.
And not drowning babies.
Okay, well, hold on. Listen. Okay, what does religion tell us? Religion tells us that murdering is a sin. It tells us everything that can harm someone whom is innocent is a sin. Right?
Except God drowning babies.
That's like the concrete idea of every religion.
Except God drowning babies.
But timeless. These are made by humans. Let's cut out the middleman and just say, let's have our philosophical, moral notions from humans. Let's sort it out.
What do you mean? I'll sort it out. What do you mean?
Well, I will continue to say that the moral discussion can only be had by secular, atheist, agnostic, these type of people, because theistic morality is the worst of objective and subjective morality all mixed.
Right.
I'm a situationalist. I think it is between objective and subjective, but somehow the theistic morality is a mind, an eternal mind. And what is arbitrary? It means from a mind.
Subjective means from a mind. Arbitrary means doesn't mean from a mind.
I'm pretty sure arbitrary still means from a mind.
Arbitrary means not based off of something.
Okay, hold on.
We were all typing in the background.
Yeah, we were we were all typing in the background, but
based on random choice, personal whim, rather than a reason or system. And then secondary of power of ruling body, unrestrained, unrecratic in the use of authority.
okay, but I feel like sorry, T jump. That's how you say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the argument that you presented with the data that most atheistic countries have like the lowest crime rate is kind of contradictory because America has one of the highest crime rates and they hold one of the highest
Really?
atheistic.
No. What? America is one of the top religious. It's like the most religious of all developed nations. What are you talking about?
Okay, buddy.
Unfortunately,
let's see here.
We are. I mean, we have a bad rap in this country for the word atheist. They view us as thieves and murderers and rapists. When, once again, as T-Jump will continually show, if it's just us, we have some of the lowest crime a country can have.
Yeah, the atheists are the lowest crime committers in America. That's for sure.
Doesn't mean a God doesn't exist. It's just funny that they view us that way when if you look at our prison systems, you basically go in there and they're like, what race or religion are you? That becomes heavily important in this terribly need to be reformed system.
Yeah, so US is 53% religious. Spain is 22, France is 11, Germany is 10. Norway is 19, UK is 10.
Typing ASMR. It's okay, I do it too.
Sorry. Okay, but the U.S.'s religious population isn't as big. It's like 50%.
That's just Christians.
50%.
That's just Christians.
How do you know that?
I wish it were true.
Does it say that it's just Christians?
Yes.
53%? Okay.
Percent of Americans who are Christian. 63%.
It has been going down
63% of Americans are Christian.
You just said 53%.
So 63. I Googled it. It says 63%.
Oh, okay.
It has also been going down each and every year, especially in the past few decades. It used to be like 90% said they were Christians and religious.
Honduras has 38% Catholics, 37% atheists, and it has one of the highest crime rates. It actually has the highest crime rates.
Okay. How does that deviate from the pattern, which is more atheists, less crime?
That no, it does deviate from the pattern. It does break the pattern.
The predominant religion in Honduras is Christianity, representing 80% of the total population, according to a 2017 poll.
Once again, this wouldn't matter either way, whether a God exists or not. I guess it deals with your argument whether we should or not. But
So in a 2020 survey, Gallup poll reported that 48% of the population identify as Protestant, 34% as Roman Catholic. However, the state is 75% Catholic.
Yeah, sorry, huh? I didn't hear that. Repeat what you said.
So this is the poll for Honduras religion. 48% are Protestant, 34% are Catholic. That's a total of 75% are religious Christians in Honduras.
Well, mine says differently.
I have no idea what you're looking at. I'm looking at the polls, the state gov.
show
polls.
you yours, I'll show you mine. Okay, I'm done.
The hell?
But Timeless, is this? Once again, I know you're making a very specific argument. Is this the reason why you believe in God?
I believe in God for many reasons, but this is one of them. Yeah, I mean, if God tells you not to do bad stuff, then I don't see why believing God is bad.
Can I ask you? Do you have children?
No.
Okay, let's say you had a child.
Yeah.
Okay, and you love them. They're a good child. They clean their room.
Right.
Okay, and your God says, "Listen, I really need to know whether you are in my tribe, whether you are one of the chosen or not. So, like, I'm gonna need you to put him on an altar and just bash his head in with a rock, or I mean, you could choose."
Well,
But
if that was the case, I wouldn't believe in God.
really,
Yeah,
have you read the Old Testament?
I'm not Christian.
You're not a Christian. What are you?
Muslim.
You're a Muslim. Okay. They don't have that story in the Quran?
They have a story where God ordered one of the prophets to take his son and murder him, but right before he was about to.
Yeah, it's the same story.
No, but he
you're
didn't
giving
end
the
up doing
same
it.
apologetic, Timeless. This is Stockholm syndrome.
He didn't end up doing
But
it.
he
because
didn't
God was
murder me.
What if he did?
If God that I believe in ordered me to do such thing, and I was certain that it was God, then of course I would do it because it's God. That's like if someone broke into my house and pointed a gun at me and said, "I'll kill you and your child if you don't kill your child." Actually, wait, no, that's kind of selfish. Hold on.
That's a
If
good one. I
someone
like that.
pointed-
I know,
Yes,
right?
you don't do this, you're going to hell. Great example.
Exactly. What? But right. But why would I risk,
To not
both
kill
me and my
someone, just
son
be
to
like,
go to hell
no,
if
you're
I don't?
immoral. I'm not going to do what you say. That would be a better response.
Okay, but we only live within God's test for 100 years or so.
Timeless. You could
Would
say,
you?
listen, I stand for family values, so I'm not going to murder my child.
Okay, sure. You can say that, and then you're gonna like spend the rest of your existence suffering in hell.
At least I didn't
but
murder
which-
someone because I was threatened
I
by
know
a dictator.
exactly.
Okay, guys, I don't think you understand how much pain you suffer from forever pain, like ever and ever, like non-ending.
The amount of pain
fire.
doesn't change the fact that it's an immoral action to kill someone. So it's still immoral, no matter how
Guys,
much pain
it
you do.
absolutely does.
doesn't.
Hello?
Oh my
What?
God.
Yes, it does.
Ah.
If I told you to do something and you said no, and I threw you in a pit of fire where you cannot die, you're just constantly burning.
But Timeless, who
It's
is
gonna
the
make you
bad
simple.
guy? Timeless, who is the bad guy in this entire situation?
There's no bad guy if it's the creator.
Really?
It's the creator.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Who gave you? Okay, that's like asking me who gave you a mother and a father. I'd say God, because God is a good essence. He gave me a mother and a father. I can't thank him enough.
So
But if
your
he told me,
mom and dad can torture you forever?
nobody mentioned anything about parents torturing their child. I'm saying
What?
if God
Wait.
asked me,
You just said that God was like the father figure here. The
no, I'm
creator.
saying God gave me some good stuff, and then He can take away those stuff, like that stuff, from me at any moment of time.
No, that's
What's the
not
good
that's
stuff?
not how it works. So someone isn't good if they do a few good things, but also do bad things. They're bad. They're bad if they do bad things, even if they also do good things.
That's from human logic, though. You can't compare a miracle essence with human logic. You can't do that.
God,
This
if
doesn't
God
apply.
murders and God saves people, he's a murderer. Right?
Right. But it's God. Do you
Okay,
understand? Like,
so,
it's not a
so
human.
if God
If a
does good
human
things
murders,
and bad things, he's bad.
okay, but if God is bad, what are you gonna do about it?
Not worship him for one.
Right. And then what are you gonna do when you're being judged by God? Like he's
No.
gonna be like,
I'm
"Oh,
gonna
hey, fuck
be
you,
like,
man," and then he's gonna.
you're evil. So I'm not going to listen to
Right.
you because you're evil and you drown
But you
babies.
can't.
I can say that. I'm going to say that very
Right.
well.
But what are you gonna do when like he's right in front of you? Like, what are you gonna do then? What are you
I'm gonna be
gonna
like,
say?
you drowned babies. I'm better than you.
Oh, and you're just gonna walk away?
Yep.
Okay, that's not how it works, buddy. Listen, you can't just walk away
Winston's
from
mom had a
God.
question. Could you ask the guest if God was testing them? Proverbs 17:3 declares that the Lord tests hearts, and the guest kills someone and fails the test.
Where is that written?
Proverbs 17:3. I don't know where that is in the Quran.
Oh, he's a Muslim, so they're always gonna retcon whatever it is their story is.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, can we go back to the argument what T Jump was presenting? He said you can just ignore God. You can't just ignore God. That's like if a crazy muscular guy came to you and said, "Hey, like do something for me," and you say no, and then just beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, does that make it right all of a sudden because he beat the shit out of us?
No, but wouldn't
Yeah,
you rather do the
exactly.
thing? Wouldn't you rather do the thing so that you avoid getting beat the shit
I
out
love
of?
how in all of your
You know what I mean?
examples, God is the bad guy here. God is clearly the
I
bad
know
guy.
every time.
No, I'm not saying God is the good or the bad guy. I'm just saying you have no option.
Because
The worst thing is the
Like,
bad
what
guy.
option do you have? If God is like all powerful, what option do you have but to follow him?
to not follow him, be like, no.
Yeah, to have a spy.
Right, but you don't understand. If you're being judged by God and God has all the power he has, he will just do whatever he wants to you. Like, you understand? Like you
Like
have
a
no
big burly
option.
muscly guy just beating you up
Yeah.
because you didn't obey him.
Right. So what are you gonna do when you're getting beat up? Like, what are you gonna do
Argument a la he'll beat the shit out of you.
No, hold on. Listen, okay, fine. Maybe I should compare God to a muscular guy. But like, I'm saying, say that you were created by an individual who is stronger than you, and then this individual who is stronger than you created you and said that I can uncreate you at any moment.
And you don't see why
Like
that's
your sole
immoral.
purpose. But morality is objective. I do not see why it's immoral. No.
I don't see what's subjective except you're saying you could beat the shit out of us.
Some people can find that good.
Some
Morality is
people don't.
objective.
It sounds
You guys
very
said morality is
subjective.
objective at the start of the
Yeah, but
conversation. You
wait,
made
what
that
if
clear.
it's an atheist that could really lift, bro?
Okay, guys, come on. Okay, now we're just making jokes. Listen, I'm being serious. If God is the all powerful, what option do you have?
Don't worship the evil thing who kills people.
Bro, okay,
I don't
God
think you understand
created
what
you.
options mean. If you say
I don't think
have
you understand what I'm
options,
saying.
options mean you make a choice.
You
My
do
choice
not
is
have
don't.
options. No, the whole point is that you don't have an option.
Okay, so what was your first question? What would we do, right? That was your question. What would we do?
Yeah.
That's an option, right?
But you don't have an option. Like, there's no option. You're just gonna get,
I don't think
punished.
you understand what the word option means. All right.
You have an
Mom
option
says,
now.
in Surah Al-Baqarah, and we will surely test you with something of fear and hunger and a loss of wealth and lives and fruits.
What page? What
I have no idea.
chapter? What?
Not a clue.
No.
Not a clue.
Okay. Can you send it somewhere where I can see it? Like,
it's on my YouTube channel.
Oh.
What was the Sarah?
It just says Surah Al-Baqarah, but I don't think that's an actual surah. I think surahs have numbers.
No, Baqarah is yours.
My favorite Sarah is still the ant. Solomon talks to ants. Because every holy book needs at
Okay,
least.
yeah, that's testing you. That you like God is exercising your loyalty to Him by making your challenges harder and seeing whether you'll still be on His path or not. Is that also immoral to you guys?
Yes.
How?
God is forcing people to do things they don't consent to doing for His own gratification. That's literally immoral.
Literally, the only reason you exist is because of God. Like
Yes,
the only reason
yes,
you can
that's
right now
called
say with your own
slavery.
mouth that
That's
it's immoral.
Called slavery.
It's called slavery because, okay, say that slavery didn't exist. What would you call it?
Slavery.
Slavery is a man-made thing.
No, it's not. It's in the Bible. God made it. What are you talking about?
I'm not Christian.
No. In Arabic, God made slavery is in the Quran.
Okay, it is.
You're like if Christians got a DLC.
Okay, but like the only reason like you can like right now say with your own mouth that it's immoral what God is doing is because of God. Do you understand? God has placed you in these series of events. He's created you in order to go through these series of events, and you just call God immoral. Like you could not be existing.
There's nothing about creation. There's nothing about
There is
creating
everything about
something
creation
that makes you a moral arbiter. Like I don't see the connection here. Like our parent. So we've been just granting you because we've been just toying around with that. But our actual creators, quote unquote, our makers are our parents, and they had sex. And our parents can be good or bad. I have fantastic parents. They are generally good people, and I'm
If
proud
your
to
parents
have
were
them.
bad
But
people,
even
would you
they
run
can
away?
do bad.
Would you leave your parents?
If my parents were doing bad things, I hope that I would have the courage to call them out on it.
Right. But what if they just kept doing it?
Don't worship them. That would be the key.
Yeah, don't worship them. Don't
God,
give praise.
okay, bro. This is such a silly argument. God and parents are two different things.
If God
by
murders
like
people,
far.
Yes, one
don't
exists.
worship him.
One doesn't. I'm sorry. Yes, exactly.
I didn't hear you guys were talking over each other.
If God is
Don't
evil,
worship him.
don't worship. God murders people, don't worship. God drowns babies, don't worship. Well, it's very simple.
Okay, right. So what are you just gonna tell God, hey, I don't want to worship you?
Yes, because you drowned babies. I'm not going to worship.
What are you gonna do in the afterlife? What are you gonna do in the
I'm
afterlife?
going to continue to say God drowned babies, and I'm continuing to not worship him because he drowned babies.
And then he's gonna torture you.
That's fine.
He's
I'm
gonna
still
punish
not
you.
going to worship him because he's going to drown babies. I'm not going to worship him because he threats some violence because he drowned. He's like,
The only reason even babies exist is because of
I
God.
don't care. He drowned them. That makes him bad.
Yeah, you understand if a mother drowns their babies, we
Show me
put her in
where
jail,
God
right?
drowned
Or a
babies. Show me
mental
where God
hospital.
drowned babies.
Global flood. Remember that part?
Noah. Yeah.
Pardon me?
Global flood. God drowned the entire world. Remember that?
No, I don't know.
Noah. There's Noah both in all of them. In the Torah, in the collection of the Bible, and in the Quran.
Oh, okay.
That Noah.
Okay, but those babies could be right now in heaven, enjoying like everything. So is killing them really bad?
Yes.
An
Even if they
evil
went to
baby?
heaven,
Okay.
he still drowned them to death, which is still immoral.
So killing a baby in a life that's very short, and then putting them in an infinite, forever, never-ending satisfaction and pleasure.
Yes, it's still bad. Still immoral. So if
bad?
you punch a baby,
How
if you
is that
punch
so-
someone in the face and then give him $1 million, you've still done an immoral action. by
No.
punching them
But
in
giving
the
them $1 million isn't as big as an award as making
a
them live
billion,
happily
trillion,
forever.
gazillion dollars. You can make it any number you want. If you punched them in the face and then gave them money, you've still
If
done
I
an
came to you and I said, hey man, okay, if I came to you and I said, hey man, listen, I'm gonna punch you in the face,
it's
but after I punch you in the face,
consensual-
you're gonna live
if
forever.
it's consensual where I get the choice, then it's fine. But did the babies get the choice where the baby's like, I'm going to choose?
But there's no
to be
point of it
drowned?
making it consensual if everybody's gonna say yes.
Yes, there is. It literally, that's what makes it moral. If you assume
So you're
they're
saying
gonna
there's a
say yes-
possibility that one person
yes,
says no.
I would say no. I would say I would prefer not to be drowned.
You would say no.
Yes, don't drown me. Don't drown me. There you go.
Yeah, drowning is horrific. Like we were comparing punching in the face, but drowning babies, that is, whew.
God's pretty bad. He's pretty evil. Couldn't really get much more evil than God. He's outdone Hitler and Stalin and Mao. So
Hold on, sorry, I just have to do something very short. I'll be right back. Maybe 30
But
seconds.
if your murder count is in the planet full, you're probably not the good guy.
all right. Well, it's 2:30. I'm gonna head off. Thanks for joining the show, guys. Talk to you later.